2025 Junior Sarah Hall Show. Today's show will be judged by Matthew Knott. The order of today's show will be showmanship, market classes, and then old-timer showmanship. To introduce our judge, Matthew Knott resides in southern Union County, Ohio, with his wife, Megan, stepson, Xander, and son, Abram. Matthew is very active in his family's show pig business, where he specializes in breeding and placement of young show pigs. He is a sales consultant for Knott Show Feed, which is a Linder show feed distributor located in Woodstock, Ohio. Matthew also supports Stay Fresh. Matthew has been judging pig shows and assisting with the pig show selection, feeding, and showmanship skills for over 15 years in a dozen of counties around Ohio and several other states. He always looks forward to the opportunity to see youth from around the country driving quality show pigs and competitions from inside the ring. All the distributors sell on our
Well, good afternoon to Coshocton County. I'm certainly excited to be here to work with your young people and kick through their projects as well. And what a unique way to get started with the ability to have all of our young people here ringside as we work through our oldest a group of showmen. And I always start my showmanship competitions this way, and it fits perfectly into this afternoon. But I'd like to give a quick overview of some of the things that I will be looking for as we work together, and I like that calm, cool, collected showman. From the word go, that's what I'm going to be looking for. At the same time, I like really focused, intense type of eye contact. I like my showman to drive from the hip of their animal, and then as we get out here on the surface, I love to see those showmen that can use the ring to their advantage. We've got awesome size rings here this afternoon. Use that to your advantage. Show me that you can get out there and make those nice wide turns. Be a three-dimensional type of showman, and what I mean by that is drive that animal at me, drive it away, give me the different angles of your show pig, and I just love to look for those showmen that can really be at one with their driving partner, make it look easy, use their driving utensil when they need to, but also be able to find that comfortable speed on the surface without having to be too aggressive and having to push that animal. And any one way. So that's just a quick kind of an overview and a great way to start as we start talking about our four here in our I believe 17-year-old division. The one that does that the best for me in terms of being that calm, cool, collected individual, does a great job of covering the surface, very good eye contact, so smooth when I get up on this exhibitor. Make sure that show pick stays between me and him. The young man here with our blue bear, he's going to win our 17-year-old division. Congratulations to him. I think it gets pretty close beyond that because our quality runs deep. The young man here to my right is going to be second in this age division. So good in terms of eye contact, maybe just a shot more three-dimensional in how he gets that one driven compared to our contemporaries. I didn't find that he was maybe quite as smooth when he got out here on the surface, was maybe didn't use that surface or the ring size to his advantage, maybe use that whip just a little more back and forth compared to our young man, but an awesome pair there on the top end. Young lady here is going to be in third. Congratulations to her. Really good about eye contact. We just couldn't find that just comfortable speed, and because of that, we just simply didn't cover as much surface as we got out here compared to the rest of our showmen. And as I got up on that young lady, maybe we were just a few times allowing me to get between that show pig and herself. But another thing that you'll hear me talk a lot about is presentation, and that young lady does that incredibly well. I love highly presented animals. I like highly presented young people to go along with it. Fourth, the young lady here with our full belted bear, really good about her eye contact. I love the positioning that she has on that bear in terms of being on the hip. We just didn't have quite as much just ring presence and overall control in a three-dimensional way compared to the contemporaries that she was competing against. But a great way to get started. If you would please give those young people a good round of applause.
Go ahead and announce our Skillathon winners for this year. For the senior Skillathon, 5th place, Marin Mullet. 4th place, Leighton Mack. 3rd place, Brogan Triplin. 2nd place, Olivia Day. And in 1st place, Shiloh Kinsel. Go to the table, they have awards. For intermediate, 5th place, JC Tomsick. 4th place, Sylvie Mullet. 3rd place, Mason Hess. 2nd place, Grayson Ensley. And in 1st place, Quentin McDonald. The juniors, 5th place, Charlie Conkle. 4th place, Alexandria Miller. 3rd place, Corbin Smith. 2nd place, Larmy Massey. And in 1st place, Lucas Croft. Placings from the 17-year-old class, showmanship, 4th place, Tennessee Ellis. 3rd place, Brooklyn Wilson. 2nd place, Bodie Richards. And in 1st place, Leighton Massey. If there is anybody from Winmar Farms, the sponsor, who wants to hand out awards, please come to the announcer stand now. Thank you. Now entering the ring is 16-year-old class of showmanship. This class is sponsored by Winbar Farms.
First of all, class 16-year-old showmanship, Dakota Alexander, Addison Albertson, Jacob Arnold, Audrey Buckley, Elias Smith, Sir Hawkins, Jordan Meiser, Justin Meiser, Mary Muller, Stephen Slaughter, Lee Stevens, Emma Wheeler.
19-year-olds and my compliments all the way down the line. And amongst this top trio, especially, just incredible type of showmen that just simply take it to the next level. They do the basic things we talked about there just a moment ago, and then they just build on that. And that's where the young man starts this particular drive. When you talk about a calm, cool, collected individual that is so good and focused in terms of eye contact, but yet has the ultimate presence to know what that show guild is doing for him at all times. And then they get out here and they use the landscape incredibly well. Very three-dimensional in how he presents that one to me. They comfortable speed, they stick to it the entire time together. Maybe times it gets just a little bit stiffer in his overall posture, but that's being awful critical. A very, very good place to start. That's between second and third for these young ladies. I'll tell you what, hats off to them, because they are working incredibly hard. They both draw just a little shorter straw in terms of their driving partner. But the young lady in second, I love the way that she simply elevated herself. That one's been kind of a tough drive one from the beginning, but at the same time, she's pivoted and she's adapted to that situation. Her eye contact has been very good. Her control of that one in terms of what she was able to do, she maximized. She got that one calmed back down, gave me the angles that I wanted to see, used the ring incredibly well in terms of covering the surface, taking those nice wide turns. Comparatively to our young man, yeah, at times did we just lose that one there in terms of getting them turned and back to the center, but that's being awful critical. So much good there for that young lady. The young lady in third, another one, awesome eye contact, very good ring presence, shows me some of those angles that I like to see. I just didn't think she used the ring to her advantage quite as much as the two that came ahead of her. I wanted to see longer drives in the center part of the ring, take it down to the far and make that nice wide turn, but she gave me the right views from the right angle on that show barrel with really good eye contact, a really solid individual to be in third. Young man in fourth, I'll tell you what, when we talk about calm and cool and collected and laid back, that's my guy right there. Good eye contact. I love his positioning on that show barrel. I just need to see him just a little more aggressive in terms of giving me some angles, just covering the surface compared to those three that came ahead of him, but so good in terms of the way that those two work together out here, finding the right speed in the right way with the right kind of eye contact. Just need to see a little more out of him at times. He's on point. She always knew where I was throughout the ring, and I absolutely appreciate that. Another really high quality show. Young man that comes next, laid back, great eye contact. Maybe we just got outside the pack a time or two, too many for me. I wanted to see him just find those open areas, break away from the group, just got caught up within that group a little more consistently. Want to see just a little bit more aggression out of him to make that happen. But I'll tell you what, he didn't overuse that whip. Maybe at times wanted to see a little more of that. Young lady that comes next, another one, really, really appreciate presentation and intensity. I tell you what, she's on top of it. She knew from the beginning that one could be just a little harder to drive, and she hustled. She did her best to get that one back out in the center. We just had a driving partner that didn't want to cooperate quite as well, but really good in terms of presentation, good eye contact, checked a lot of boxes there. Young lady that comes next, another one really highly presented, and you're going to hear me talk a lot about that because I think that's just simply how important that is, not just in the show ring, but in any aspect of what she might do. I love the way she's got that one presented. Very good in terms of her eye contact there again. Another one that just got caught up more in the pack and didn't break away into those open parts of the ring quite as consistently. Then round out with another young man, certainly working incredibly hard. Let me get between his show barrel and himself a time or two. But to say that to round out that drive with one that's so good in terms of eye contact and general ring presence, we just need to see that one there in front of me in the center of the ring a little more consistently. But so good from top to bottom, folks. If you would, let's give those young people a good round of applause.
Results from Class 3, 16-year-old class. In 9th place, Kobe Richards, Active Achievers. In 8th place, Addison Blair, Superior Livestock. In 7th place, Madison Bell, Future Leaders. In 6th place, Roman Triplett, Magic Makers. In 5th place, Olivia Day from Country Kids. In 4th place, Wade Thompson, Ridgewood FFA. In 3rd place, Carly Hindle, Premium Ag Kids. In 2nd place, Tyler Kinsel, Mohawk Valley. And in 1st place, Brody Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. Now entering the range, 15-year-old showmanship. This class is sponsored by Winmar Farms.
We'll kick that top five back out here in a moment, but sixth in this particular group is going to be the young man right here in the red. I love as everybody kind of gravitated towards the rail or the outgate. He was the one that was able to break away and give me some more of those angles. Love his presentation, keeps that really high quality eye contact, and is able to maneuver that one in a way that at times maybe overuses that whip, but then at times he knows when he needs to kind of rein it in and allow that one to find that comfort level. I think a very nice showman to be sixth in this particular drive. Seventh is going to be the young lady right here next to me. Another one just so calm and laid back, and I love the attitude that she has with her driving partner. Her eye contact is really good. Where she drives that bearer from is certainly high quality. I want to see her just push a little bit harder with a little bit more aggression. Get that one out. Use that other side of the ring. At times, I'm going to be okay if you want to get on them and make them get to that other side or make them do some things. Show me what you're capable of. But that young lady does so many of those small things very well. Next is going to be the young lady in the black. Another one so consistently and very similar to the young lady that we just talked about. Love her presentation. Maybe one of the highly presented ones in this group. Her eye contact is good. I need to see more consistency. At times I found her down the corner or over on the rail, just jammed up in the pack. I wanted to see her break away. There again, use the other end of that ring to your advantage. I think that young lady's got the idea. She's got the game plan. We just need to come out and execute. Another incredibly high quality showman. 6, 7, and 8. Next is going to be the young man down here with our narrow-belted gilt right here dead ahead of me. One that certainly has had a little more difficulty from his driving partner just to get outside that group, but I'll commend him. Eye contact was always high quality. He always tried to position himself in a way that I could get the look that I needed. Just needed to see that one outside the group just a little bit more. The young man here in the green plaid is going to be next, and I'll tell you, maybe covered as much surface as the individuals that we have remaining. Just didn't have that basic eye contact comparatively, but he's the one that certainly put that one out in the center and maybe gave me some of those angles that I like to see. Next is going to be the young lady here in front of me, one that gained momentum as the drive wears on. Started out kind of caught up in the group, still had that good eye contact, still had that good control. We just needed to clean this out a little bit and get her the ability to find that comfort to use more of that ring. I need to see just more of that. Show me some more angles, but I really like just the good basic level of her eye contact and her presentation. And then the other young man, as we rounded out, just needed more control, needed to be more off that rail and off that corner compared to his contemporaries. But a really good end of that particular class. We'll get into this top 5. well. What an incredible top five, and I like the way that works, because when we got that top five back out here, when I pinned them up initially, I thought, okay, we've got five that are going to be fun to work through, and then when we kind of cleared the ring a little bit, rack, they came out, and I tell you, I think they came out just a little more focused, a little more intense than my first impression. That certainly makes it exciting for a show judge. The young lady we started with, a logical and easy place for me. When you talk about a calm and cool type of showman, but then yet so decisive in the movements that she makes, that's what draws me to her. Her eye contact is incredible. The way she maneuvers that barrel around the ring is second to none in terms of how she uses her driving utensil, but yet the way she makes those moves and the quickness and the focus that she has, you know she hits this ring with a game plan, and she comes out and she orchestrates that incredibly well. Three-dimensional, awesome how she uses the ring, so many positives there. Congratulations to her. The young lady that's going to be in second, there in the black, so many similar things that we can talk about in terms of just her focus, her ring presence, her eye contact, her next level. Yeah, she's a little more intense, just a little more aggressive at times than our young lady that we start with, and maybe that's a little bit of a sorting point. I want to see her just rein in that usage of her driving utensil just a little bit, and that's being critical, but ultimately I didn't think that she was quite as three-dimensional in how she presented that one to me. I love the side profile that she had. I love the speed in which they find as they get out here on the surface. Just a few of those very small things. That's an awesome pair between those two young ladies. Congratulations to them. Young man in the black that's going to be in third, just relaxed and so good, where oftentimes we just find it hard for showmen to do, and that's always driving from the hip, always having that consistent eye contact, and always being the one that's at least in the center part of the ring. He does all those things incredibly well. The speed in which they find is exactly like I like to see. Was he as three-dimensional compared to the two young ladies ahead of him? Maybe not, and that's a little bit of our sort, but so much good there. Really appreciate the way he uses that driving utensil. The young lady in fourth, another one so good in terms of eye contact, positioning on that show bear, just kind of lifts a little more on the outskirts there. I wanted to see her just get up in my space a little more with that bear. Show me some angles, show me what I know I believe you're capable of in terms of using that ring. Just lived a little more on the outskirts for me compared to her contemporaries, but awesome in the way that she handles that bear. Incredible in terms of eye contact. Congratulations to her. Fifth in our final spot, the young man in the red. Well, that driving partner just wanted to give him a little bit more of a headache, and I think because of that we used that whip a little bit more than ideal, and just a little more stop and go. But very similar to the rest of the drive in terms of awesome positioning, very highly presented, good eye contact. Just want that one to be a little smoother in terms of finding that right speed, but an awesome top five for our 16-year-olds. Took a little longer, but I think that's how good our quality was. Please give those young people a good round of applause.
Results from class 4 16-year-olds. In 12th, Aiden Slaughter, Country Kid. 11th, Lakota Alexander, Riverview FFA. 10th, Jacob Arnold, Country Kid. 9th, Gage Stevens, Teen Country Kid. 8th, Addison Albertson, Active Achievers. 7th, Audrey Buxton, Premium Ag Kid. 6th, Dirk Hawthorne, winner. 5th, Jordan Miser, Progressive Livestock. 4th, Eliza Fender, Ridge Runner. 3rd, Justin Miser, Progressive Livestock. 2nd, Marin Mullet, Ridge Runners. And in first place, Emma Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. Now entering the ring, Class 8 11-year-olds. This class is sponsored by Winmar Farm.
supplemented. Coshocton, first class Coshocton. Classic, Super Albertson, and a Brackey, Stephen Terry, Stephen Henley, Ashlyn Ensley, David Hawthorne, Grant Lindsay, Preston McDonald, David Redder, Gabriel Richards, David Spears, Anthony Strickland, Braxton Smith, Tyler Thompson, Avolia Waldron, and Gavin Williams.
Reminder that finals for Old Timer Showmanship is up here at the announcer stand.
For a really high quality group of individuals that we grow just a little longer there to see who is going to just find that comfort level and find that consistency. And when you've got a group of 5 like this that are just simply so appreciate that, absolutely, and you can tell that they're so comfortable with their driving partner. It's who's going to be that one that just steps outside of the line a little bit and covers that surface, gives you a few more of those angles. The young man is the one that does that the best for me. Consistently from start to finish, he's the one that keeps that one direct. Certainly kept her composure, kept that eye contact, just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of putting that one on display. Rounded out with our individual there down in the corner, just needs to have more ring presence and just more aggressiveness to put that one out in the center. But once again, very highly presented, and I appreciate that across the board. A really good group from top to bottom, as I alluded to. Please give them a good round of applause as they go back to their pins.
Results from Class 5 14-year-olds. In 5th place, Jaden Krebs, Country Guys and Gals. In 4th place, Marissa Lewis, Riverview FFA. In 3rd place, Brimley Conrad, winner. In 2nd place, Bindi Bressel with Riverview FFA. And in 1st place, Cohen Stansel, Riverview FFA. Now entering the ring is Class 6, 13-year-olds. Our sponsor for this class is Woodmark Arms.
Well, we talk about intensity. This was an intense age division, folks, and they came out ready to rock and roll. And and dialed in, and I love that. As we get in a group of this size, yet again, it's about taking that intensity and being able to balance it though, and orchestrate that landscape and find those open areas. And as we get through our 6 through 10 evaluations here, I think as we kind of send it down, I mean, these kiddos just relaxed and they found the center of the ring a little bit more consistently. 6th in this particular group is going to be the young man, just so comfortable in how he maneuvers the show pig. At times, maybe we use that whip a little more consistently on the top of the hip of that show pig. We want to make sure you keep that to the center body, but his intent eye contact with me is absolutely next level. Love his posture, covers the surface very well. Maybe it can be just a little more three-dimensional to move up any higher. Next is going to be the young lady here in front of me, laid back, calm, cool, and collected. At times gets just a little more disconnected in terms of eye contact, but she's always got that barrel on display, giving me that good side profile, staying in the center part of the ring, just a little more eye contact and just a little more three-dimensional intensity, but that's being critical. Love the way she handles her driving utensil along with that. A very good 7th place individual. Young lady over here, 408, is going to be next in 8th, and I'll tell you what, my compliments to her. She's working incredibly hard, and that one's been a tough one to drive since the outset, but I love when that one does get in the center part of the ring, she locks right in and gives me that awesome posture, that intense type of drive, that three-dimensional push, along with that really good eye contact. Just not consistent enough compared to those contemporaries that came ahead of her, but I compliment her on that. 9 and 10, a lot of good pieces to talk about. The young man here is going to be next here in 9th. As the ring kind of thinned out, that young man surfaced himself in terms of eye contact, and that one just maybe wanted to gravitate more towards that rail and towards that corner. But I tell you what, when we were out in the center, we were doing all those things that we like to see in terms of presenting that side profile, giving me that good eye contact. Just need to see that one more regularly in the center part of the ring. 10th is going to be the young man here, another one well presented, good eye contact. There again, gets just a little more caught up in the pack compared to the rest of his contemporaries. Just need to see him push that one out towards the center part of the ring and do some of those more difficult things. But the way that he handles that one in terms of the way he uses his driving utensil and the way he moves around the ring, I think is very good. We just simply need more of it in this particular age division. An awesome group from 6 to 10 there. Give those young people a good round of applause. We'll get into this top 5. sometimes when you pin them up and they come back out, you never know. Sometimes they come out just better, and sometimes those hogs come out and they want to be just not do what you ask them to do. And I commend all 5 of these individuals. That's kind of the drive we got into. That they came back out that second time, and the hogs said, "Hey, I'm going to make you earn it this time because I'm not going to want to cooperate with you." So my compliments to each one of them on keeping their composure and getting it done the best they can. We landed on the young lady here in front of me to start this particular age division from the beginning. Her ability to put that one in the center part of the ring, keep that eye contact, be three-dimensional on top of having a very highly presented individual. That's where she separates herself. Even when things aren't going quite right, she's able to kind of just rein it in, get that one back to zero, back to the center part of the ring. A great way to start. Congratulations to her. The man that's going to be in second, one that certainly worked his way up from our initial sort, and he's simply the best at being in the center part of the ring. Forward, that side profile is exactly what I want to see. His eye contact has been focused and intense the entire time. Maybe not as three-dimensional as our young lady that starts, maybe at times uses that whip on the hip, the hock, and the top of that barrel, but he's the one that keeps that consistent movement in the center part of the ring. A nice place to be in second. Congratulations to him. Young lady in third, one that fell into a little bit of that rut in terms of that one just not wanting to cooperate, and because of that, she just had to use that driving utensil a little bit more than ideal. Got just a little forward on that barrel. I wanted to see her just take a half step back, drive from the hip. I think that one would just plant and go forward a little bit more consistently if we did that, but her eye contact was always so good, never changed her posture and her comfort level out here. Just need to see that one as the drive wore on. Kind of wanted to drive it straight down towards the corner a little more consistently. Young man that comes next, speed and agility is certainly not an issue there. He found that comfortable speed. He covered the ring. I just didn't have quite as much of that focused eye contact and ring presence with that young man compared to the rest of them, but a highly presented one. I love the speed that one was able to find in the ring that he was able to cover. Round out the young lady, incredibly aggressive in how she gets that one driven. That's not always a bad thing because her eye contact is great, highly presented, one that just has the drive or on that aggressiveness, just pushed that barrel to a point where he just wasn't comfortable, and we had to use that driving utensil a little bit more than ideal in my mind, but a really good top 5, ones that I want to commend. They kept their composure, got to the end there. Let's give them a good round of applause if you would.
Results of Class 7 12-year-olds. In 10th place, Cole Fender, Ridge Runners. In 9th place, Aaron Freshwater, Country Guys and Gals. In 8th place, JC Thompson, Ridge Runners. In 7th, Sylvie Mullet, Ridge Runners. In 6th, Braden Duncan, Ridge Runners. In 5th, Riley McKee, winner. In 4th, Cade Redis, Ridge Run FFA. In 3rd, Olivia Adams, Challengers. In 2nd, Mason Hess, Ridge Runners. And in 1st, Bristol Glancy, winner. Now entering the ring is Class 8 11-year-olds. This class is sponsored by Woodmark Arms.
to come to the other side of the ring. Let's the script just a little bit. We were ultra aggressive over there and just so calm, cool, and collected over here. And as we drove them, it was going to be which one could just elevate and break away from the pack, which one could show you that they were going to be the one that was going to be the three-dimensional drive, give you some more of those different angles, have the ultimate control of that animal. The young lady in the pink is where we started. So good in terms of giving me that three-dimensional look, giving me those different angles, while still keeping and possessing that calm, cool, and collected demeanor, along with that very highly presented individual with awesome eye contact. Congratulations to her. Young man in the tall young man in the light blue that's going to be in second. One that maybe from the beginning I just kept waiting and seeing what he was going to do. And as the drive wore on, he just kept giving me that awesome side profile, back and forth, the correct speed, good consistent eye contact, a little forward on that barrel for my liking in terms of his positioning. And maybe that's a little bit of our sort between 1 and 2. One that just needs to be a little more three-dimensional along with it. But love his speed, his posture, and the way that he presents that one from the side. 3 and 4 get really close. And next we move to the young man here in front of me for 3. So laid back, so good in terms of his positioning on that barrel, the speed in which they find. I just needed just a little more aggressiveness out of that young man in terms of consistent eye contact and simply just covering the surface more aggressively, giving me a few more of those angles. But the young man does an awesome job of presenting himself along with it. 4th, the other young man in the darker blue, so similar in terms of posture and just the relaxed state that he has. Didn't have quite the eye contact with the ones that came ahead of him, and likely so, just wasn't quite as good in terms of being three-dimensional. But man, when we got to the center part of the ring, that back and forth was what I like to see. Another high-quality showman. Young lady in 5th worked incredibly hard in this particular drive. That's a fast-moving barrel. They kind of wanted to stay to the outskirts, and ultimately that's maybe why she finds that 5th spot, but did a great job of being able to break him away at times, keeping her composure, keeping her eye contact, and those other things we've talked about. Congratulations to that young lady. Our young lady in the green that comes out next, you gotta let yourself out, honey. Very good in terms of always knowing where I was at in this particular ring. Her eye contact was very good. Unfortunately, we were just a little more on the outskirts of the pack at times. I wanted to see her just get that one up close and personal with me a little bit more. Show me some of the quality angles that you have within that barrel. That's being critical of a young lady that does a lot of good things and highly presented to go along with it. Young man that comes next, another one's presentation is at certainly a top-notch level. Just didn't have quite the eye contact from start to finish. Got in front of me at times and even at times broke away from the pack. Just couldn't have that ring presence because we needed a little bit more eye contact in terms of knowing what direction or what move I might make next. But love the way he's got his animal presented as well as himself. Young man that comes next, we can let those final 2 out together. The young man in the orange just did a great job of speed, consistency, and side profile. And just did that on the outskirts of the ring. I wanted to see him a little more up close and personal. And the young lady that we round out with, another highly presented one, just didn't have the eye contact or the ring presence to move up into any further into that top 5. But an awesome group from start to finish. Really just comfortable and consistent. Let's give them a good round of applause if you would.
Results from Class 8, 11-year-old class. In 9th, Bristol Short, Child Challengers. In 8th, Briar, Timberland, Country Guys and Gals. In 7th, Grayson Bamer, Child Challengers. In 6th, Avery Lindsay, Magic Makers. In 5th, Alice Wintering, Ridge Runners. In 4th, Garrett Stevens, King Country Kids. In 3rd, Lucas Sheets, King Junior Farmers. In 2nd, Grayson Esley, King Junior Farmers. And in 1st, Ellie Esley, Go Getters. Now entering the ring, class 9 to 10-year-olds.
Joey Pierce, Derek Wenderick, Alexandra Miller, also Reynolds, Oliver
Well, maybe a deeper group as we work through so far today, from top to bottom, from our first to our ninth in this particular drive. These kiddos came out here and they absolutely came to play. An incredible close pairing here on the top end in 1 and 2, and those individuals come and you can tell that their game plan is set, their focus is there, their eye contact is incredible, and then what's exciting is to step back and watch what those two are capable of on top of those basic things. The young lady we started with, I tell you what's so good in terms of her presence with that show bearer, the placement that she has, her eye contact, the way she uses that driving utensil in terms of pushing that barrel when need be, and then kind of laying back and letting him do his thing when he's wanting to get a little fired up. That is something that is hard that's impossible to teach, and something that just has to come with maturity and time. She does that so very well. She is the most three-dimensional one amongst this group. She shows me those angles, and she makes those turns so smooth and makes it look so easy. Maybe we want to see her just use a little bit more of the surface at times in terms of covering the ring, but an awesome individual to start with. Congratulations to her. The man that's going to be in second, so similar in many ways. His intensity in terms of eye contact and presence is equal share compared to our young lady that wins. I thought that maybe he even covered the surface just a little bit more consistently compared to our young lady, where I didn't think he was quite as three-dimensional in terms of showing me those angles. And as the drive wore on, he did just use that driving utensil a little bit more aggressively in his turns and the way that he moved around the ring, but so much good there. My compliments to that young man. That's a top pair that's fun to work through. Young man that's going to be in third, one that at times when we got him in the center part of the ring, he gave me some of those same vibes as our individuals in first and second. Good eye contact, placement, the way he handles that one and the angles that he shows to me, but then we kind of get lost outside of the pack. I needed him to be just a little bit more focused on hitting the center part of the ring. So man, that's being critical of a very, very good showman that does a lot of those hard things, makes it look easy. Young lady that's going to be next in the black, so relaxed and calm and cool. They find that speed and they lock in and they use the ring. I love the way that she makes that one turn, the way that they take those nice wide turns. Maybe I didn't see that one quite as three-dimensionally compared to the ones that came ahead of her, but a lot of good there, a very well presented one to go along with it. Come in that comes next, calm, cool, collected, and he is relaxed. I don't think there's anything that could happen that could get him east or west. He just relaxed, and then that show bearer does the exact same thing. They find their speed, they find their spot. I need to see just a little bit more aggression, just a little more speed at times. Your eye contact is awesome, but I think if we can go a little faster, I think we can be a little more three-dimensional there. With my compliments to that young man. Young man that comes next, but he's gonna let yours out as well. This one's fast and quick, and that show pig, I'll tell you, has been a little bit more of a difficult one to drive, but he's kept up with that one step for step. We just need to have a little bit more presence in terms of getting that one slowed down. Not always a detriment to the showman, because when that one does just find her stride, his eye contact is so good. His intent in terms of getting that one out in front of me is equally as good. Our driving partner just gave us a little bit more issue here today. Similar with the bluegill that comes next for that young man, wanting to be a little more stop and go, wanting to gravitate towards that corner and that rail. I tell you though, his eye contact is good, his ring presence is good. We maybe use that offhand just a little bit more than ideal right there on the top of that bluegill, but ultimately he did a really good job of keeping his composure and trying to get that one driven. Young man that comes next, another one had spurts, like I said, and I've said it before, of finding that center of the ring, just maybe a little more inconsistent in terms of eye contact and putting that one directly in front of me. Then we round out with the individual with the cowboy hat that's so well presented, this show pig is. We just got jammed up in the group. We just need to find those open areas and those open lanes to hit the spots. Put yourself out there so I can see what you're capable of. An awesome group from top to bottom. Like I said, maybe it's even what we've worked through. Give those young people a good round of applause.
Results from class 9 10-year-olds. In 9th place, Swayze Stein, Satellite Challengers. In 8th place, Christopher McGee, winner. In 7th place, Corbin Smith, Active Achievers. In 6th place, Landon Alberson, Active Achievers. In 5th place, Carter Yoder, This and That. In 4th place, Aiden Blair, Superior Livestock. In 3rd place, Laramie Massey, Magic Makers. In 2nd place, Lucas Croft, King Country Kids. And in 1st place, Kensley Hayes, Bohan Valley. Now entering the ring is class 10, 9-year-olds. This class is sponsored by Winmar Farms. Our judge for today is Matthew Knott. He resides in Southern Union County, Ohio, with his wife Megan, stepson Xander, and son Abram. Matthew is very active in his family show pig business, where he specializes in breeding and placement of young show pigs. He is a sales consultant for Knott Show-Feed, which is a Linder Show-Feed distributor located in Woodstock, Ohio. Matthew also supports his wife's livestock skin and hair business, Stay Fresh. Matthew has been judging pig shows and assisting with the show pig selection, feeding, and showmanship skills for over 15 years in a dozen of counties around Ohio and several other states. He always looks forward to opportunity and see youth from around the country driving quality show pigs in competition from inside the ring.
9-year-olds certainly came to play from top to bottom, and the intensity and the focus they hit the surface with, I thought was really, really impressive. And amongst these top two especially, they are on point in terms of their ring presence, to what they come out here and they aspire to do in terms of being three-dimensional, finding their lady we start with. That's exactly what she does. She hits the surface. It's been non-stop ever since. Her eye contact is good. Her placement on that show barrel is outstanding. And then just the way that they move together, I think is something that's really impressive. She's the three-dimensional one of the drives. She gives me those different angles while still keeping that balance and that comfort and that composure. I think a great place to start. Congratulations to her. Take nothing away from our young lady in second. Such a highly presented individual. So good about her eye contact. I wasn't sure that she just made those turns quite as wide and quite as smooth as our young lady that wins. I wanted to simply just see her use a little bit more of the ring, but that's being absolutely critical because she does so many good things in terms of control, ring presence, and still being three-dimensional. An awesome pair there on the top end. The young lady in the light blue that's going to be in third, her eye contact is maybe simply as good as any in this drive. She always knows where I'm at and the moves that I'm going to make. I don't want to just gravitate more towards the rail and towards the corner. And when we did have her at that right speed, simply it was a little more on the outskirts of the group. I wanted to see her just get a little more in my space and show that one off to me a little bit more. But an awesome third place finish for her. Similar with the young lady that's going to be in fourth. Highly presented, so focused in terms of eye contact. We just got a little more jammed up in the group. Needed to see just a little bit more ability to break away from the pack and find those open angles, find those open parts of the ring. But another individual that does an incredible job. That man that comes next, you will open your own gate, buddy. I'll tell you what, maybe just simply covered the surface and put that one in front of me with a good side profile as well as any in this drive. We didn't have quite as much eye contact or consistency with that eye contact compared to his contemporaries, but the speed was so good. They got so comfortable one to another out here and gave me a lot of good of that center part of the ring and that side profile. My compliments to that young man. The lady that comes next, what's up, buddy? The lady that comes next, another one, works incredibly hard as she gets out here and has done so with a highly presented individual. That one just we didn't have quite the control of that Berkshire Pairing Gilts. Wanted to go let that, was going to let that young lady out. Just maybe didn't have quite the control as we got around the ring and got a little more jammed up there in the corner. But when everything was clicking, that side profile was good, that speed was good, her eye contact was even better. My compliments to her on a job well done. Our two young men that we can round out with, our young man in the white, I'll tell you what, both these individuals work incredibly hard, and you can tell they've got their animals presented very well. They're just quick, they're just fast. We just weren't able to get them slowed down quite as well as what we would have liked to, but ultimately, you know that young man out there as well. Ultimately, though, their eye contact was consistent. They always tried and knew where they were throughout the ring. So my compliments to them for that on a job well done. Let's give that 9-year-old group a great round of applause. A really, really fun group to work with.
Results from Class 10, 9-year-old class. In 8th, Oliver Winery, Ridge Runners. In 7th, Lane Mullet, Ridge Runners. In 6th, Alexandria Miller, Active Achievers. In 5th, Jake Redis, Traveling Challengers. In 4th, Sierra. Now entering the ring is Class 11, first-year showmanship, ages 12 and under. This class is sponsored by Whitmore Farm.
an exciting group to work through at this particular age, because they always seem to come out and be presented at such a high level, and then as you get them out here and start watching what they're capable of, they're mature beyond their years, and some of the things that they're capable of doing is sometimes things you don't see even in the older individuals. So my compliments to these young people, and that's also a testament to your county and to your young people, to your organization. They're teaching them the right way. To have this many in a first-year class, I think absolutely should be commended. And as we got our original five out of here and kind of send it down just a little bit, I'll tell you what, I think there were a handful more that just gravitated towards the surface so very well. Sixth in this particular class is going to be the young lady right here, highly presented. Love the way she spends that time in the center part of the ring. Her eye contact is really good. Yeah, maybe at times she gets just a little bit more gravitating towards that corner, but I'll tell you what, when she's in the center part of the ring, she's as good as any. Congratulations to her. Young lady here in the blue is going to be in sixth with her girl out there, and man, she's a hard worker, guys, and she's hustling out here. She's got one that wants to go straight to that rail, straight to that corner. She is leaving it all in the ring and doing the most that she can to get that one back out in the center, along with that good eye contact that she has. We simply just need to see that one out just a little bit more consistently, but that's being critical, and I love the work ethic that she shows out here. Next is going to be the young man right here with the blue on. Another one that's just so calm and cool, good about his eye contact, puts that one directly in front of me. Needs just to be a little quicker in terms of speed, just a little bit more three-dimensional. But there again, that's being critical. I mean, a very good job. Congratulations on his 8th place finish. As I've said throughout our time together, 9th and 10th gets really close. 9th is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. A well-presented blue bear. She's got herself presented very well. Her eye contact is so consistent, and she puts that one right in front of me, though. But maybe we're just a little slow in terms of our speed. Maybe we need to be just a little more three-dimensional. But hey, I hate even being critical when she's able to do what she does and the control that she has with that blue bear. Absolutely next level. Congratulations to her. For 10th, the young lady here in the pink with the glasses, another one in the center part of the ring. Maybe as good of our top 6 to 10 in terms of speed and consistency. One that got just a little jammed up at times. Need to see that one more on this end of the ring, a little more three-dimensionally. But an awesome group. We'll break into that top 5. On these ones that go back, please give them a good round of applause as they actually can go back to their camp. an exceptional top 5 in this age division, and as I alluded to, it was good from top to bottom, and my compliments to each one of these individuals. The young lady we started with there on the far end of the ring, it's just so fun to watch, and especially at this age, her composure and her ability to just be so dialed in, calm and cool, collected. She's good about her eye contact. The way that she works with that show page is absolutely fun to watch. The speed that they find is good. She knows exactly what to do with that one in terms of making her turn. And such, they use the ring so well. They cover the surface. Their turns are so wide and comfortable. And at the same time, she's aggressive enough to still be three-dimensional and show me those angles that I want to see. An awesome place to start. Congratulations to her. The young lady here in front of me, number 72, another one that really worked her way up to the top for me. She was so good at giving me that side profile. She sets out to put that one directly in front of me, and that's exactly what she does. Back and forth at the right speed. Maybe at times we get just a little bit off the beaten path, and we have a little bit more difficulty finding that back to the center part of the ring. But throughout all that, her eye contact is where it needs to be. Maybe we use that with just a little bit more than ideal, but sometimes you got to do that to get it back on track. A really, really good second place finish for her. The young lady that's going to be in third, another one. Her posture, her eye contact, her natural intensity is really, really exciting. For me, though, as the drive wears on, that girl wants to be just a little harder for her to drive, wants to push her more towards the rail in the corner, and simply, of our top 3, we've got a little more trouble getting that one back to the center part of the ring. But her presentation is so good. I love just that intense posture that she has. Another really solid one to be in third for that young lady. Young lady with a blue-eyed gilt is going to be in fourth. Relaxed, comfortable. She checks all those boxes. Really good eye contact. Always knows where I'm at as I move around the ring. At times we just got to push that gilt a little bit more to be three-dimensional, to put that one out in the center. There again, hard to be critical, but young lady does so many things well. Congratulations to her. Young lady that's going to be in fifth, another one highly presented. Good eye contact. Just wanted to get more on that rail and in that corner. We just need to see a little more aggressive push to get that one back out amongst the contemporary group. But what an awesome way to round out these first-year kids. If you would give all those exhibitors a good round of applause on a job well done.
Now entering the ring is Supreme Showmanship. This class is sponsored by Wenmar Farm. The Coshocton County Agricultural Society would like to thank the following major sponsors of the 2025 fair on behalf of our many organizations including 4-H, FFA, Scouts, Grange, and Junior Grange. Ohio Department of Development, Hathaway Inc., Coshocton Materials, Kimball Companies, National Lime and Stone, Coshocton Mark Mills, and staff, Ag Pro Zanesville, Coshocton American Legion, IRC Rental, Coshocton Elk, Lap Farm, Buckeye Brine, Homes Rental, Genesis Healthcare, Home Loan Savings Bank, Coshocton County Board of Commissioners, Hahn Oil Company, William Albert Excavating, Shelley Materials, Coshocton Board of RDB, Philip A. Wagner Companies, and Ohio Department of Agriculture. The results from Class 11 first year showmanship. In 10, Charlie Conkle, lucky learner. and Emma Yoder, this and that, and 8, Jace and Lake Bridge Runners, and 7, Dexter Bell, future leaders, and 6, Rimmer Ringwald, Milford Valley, and 5th, Bristol King, Magic Makers, and 4th, Marley Bainburn, Skyline Challengers, and 3rd, Tammy Kitzer, Superior Livestock, and 2nd, Bexley Conkle, Lucky Learners, and in 1st, Ava Miller, Magic Makers. Reminder that there still are old-timer showmanship spots available if you'd like to come sign up up here. Old-timer showmanship will be after the market show.
Well, if you would please put your hands together and let's congratulate our 8 finalists as we get out here. And what an awesome group when these come back together. You don't always know once you work through classes, you know, how it's all going to work when you get them back together. But I'll tell you what, each one of these individuals, I think, have come back to the forefront, and they've come better, and they've come even more prepared and more focused than what they were earlier in the day, and that makes it absolutely exciting for me to evaluate them, because each one of these individuals, they do the little things, they do them already. You know, they do the things that are hard to do, or they wouldn't be in this position. And you know, as we step back and look at them across the board, they cover the gambit of eye contact. They're calm, they're cool, they're collected, they're three-dimensional. They understand what we've talked about throughout the day in terms of using the ring and trying to be smooth about it. And then the next step for me when we get into this type of quality is how do you adapt? How do you pivot? How do you, maybe you came from that ring, maybe you were in this ring, maybe you came out of a group of 4, maybe you came out of a group of 14. How do you adapt as a showman when you get into a different scenario? Because you got to do all those things we've talked about, but then how do you implement yourself at a high level and do those things while still being the one that stands out, while still being the one that makes it look easy and goes to that next level? I think that's very difficult, and I think oftentimes there are so many good showmen that come out and they do the same thing over and over and over, and that's going to win most classes, going to win most showmanship competitions for you. But when the quality is this good, you know, for me, it's the one that then can come out that last time and put on that ultimate display and still make it look easy while doing all those things that we've talked about throughout our time together. There's one that does that. There's one that is so smooth, so content, but yet so focused in terms of how this individual moves around the ring, always in the open area, always doing it in that calm, cool, collected manner. Your champion is going to be the young lady with the blue barrel. Congratulations to her.
Your Supreme Hog Showman is Emma Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. We are going to have a 10-minute break between showmanship and market classes. is up here for sign up if anybody would like to sign up. I would like to take this time and introduce our judge once again for today. Matthew Knox resides in southern Union County, Ohio, with his wife Megan, stepson Xander, and son Abram. Matthew is very active in the family show pig business, where he specializes in breeding and placement of young show pigs. He is a sales consultant for Not Show Feeds, which is a winter show feed distributor located in Woodstock, Ohio. Matthew also supports his wife's livestock chicken and hair business, Stay Fresh. Matthew has been judging pig shows and assisting with pig show selection, feeding, and showmanship skills for over 15 years in a dozen of counties around Ohio and several other states. He always looks forward to the opportunity to see youth from around the country driving quality show pigs and competition from inside the ring. Now entering the ring is the first class of single barrel sub. The sponsors of this class are the employees of Kraft Heinz. If anybody is here who would love to give out the awards from the sponsorship, feel free to come down here to the announcer's stand.
First call, single barrel sub class 2, Olivia Day, James Redos, Isabel Moore, Miles Cannon, Riley, Joby Mullen, Timothy Ellis, Christopher McKee, Taylor Richards, Lakota Alexander, Casey Sears. Riley McKee, Christopher McKee, and Casey Sears.
Well, certainly a nice way to start off our market hog show this afternoon, and kind of going to stick to somewhat of the same setup as we did throughout showmanship. We got 5 in, 6 in this particular class. It's going to be the young lady's Berkshire Bear right here in front of me. Love that hog's body shape in terms of forerib and flank, his stoutness of bone, his squareness of toes. That's a stout, skull, rugged jaw kind of a bear. And then when we get up on top of him, he's wide, he's square, he's got the right kind of body shape from the top side. Maybe just want to just clean that guy up right there in his throat flaps, just to elevate him there in terms of his head and neck, but a nice 6th place bear. Young man that comes next with our Belcher bear, loves the silhouette that guy gets there from the side. He's tall shouldered, he's level and his spine correct in terms of his hip and hind leg, but when we get right up on him, there just simply needs to be more horsepower there from the top side of his skeleton down. Need to open that guy up as he comes and goes to go along with it. Next is going to be the young man Spotted Bear there at the far end of the ring. Just a good, complete, balanced built kind of a bear. A good structure from the ground up. He's got the right kind of angles on both ends of his skeleton. I appreciate that one's center body in terms of just depth of form, the flank, stoutness of case. One that's attractive in terms of his profile as well. Just got to get that guy more defined in terms of his muscle shape on the upper side of his skeleton. Get just a little flatter in terms of his hip and stifle to go right along with it. Next is going to be our blue bear here in front of me. Just a good built kind of hog in terms of a natural design and body shape. Needs to be stouter in terms of his bone work and his foot size to move him up any higher. To round out with the young man's bigger outline Berkshire pairing bear. Love that one's natural look from the side, his height to shoulder. That one gets just a little bit drier in terms of his center body. Gets just a little bit more tubular there. Needs to stouten him out in terms of his cage, giving us a shot more spread to go along with it. But a nice way to round out this first class market hogs together. Let's give those exhibitors a solid round of applause and we'll restore this top five.
Coshocton County Fair has its own YouTube channel.
Really?
I didn't either. Search that up on YouTube, Coshocton County Fair, and it's on the channel.
Wow. That's right.
We've done the last 2 days worth of shows. So I think we're done. We'll be doing another 3 shows next couple of days. We've got 2 other productions going around with the shows. We did that Captain of one show today. Yesterday, that was the fourth. Oh, we could not take the engine.
Oh.
I'm expecting this one to take similar time. We're already going on 2.5 hours, so. I say this is subclass 1, that's subclass 2. I don't know.
What a really nice way to start off this first class with the young ladies, multi-covered bear there to my right. Just the one that simply overpowers the drive in terms of muscle, spread, a stout blade, and a big arm. That one comes at you with a massive chest, square kind of body with a massive hind leg. And to put that together with that kind of power to still be attractive, to still be fresh as that one is, built ahead of his blade, one that I start to like. As we throw him into motion, maybe at times he just starts to push just a little more on the outskirts of his skeleton in terms of that rear hock set, but that's one that simply in this particular drive overpowers with that big back, that big hind leg, and a really good design. Congratulations to her. The young man that's going to be in second, I like a lot of things about this guy as well. His foot quality, his toe spread, his stoutness of bone work is absolutely incredible. As well, he is attractive and fresh about his head and neck, still stout about his skull. I didn't read that one quite as genuine off of his rear tooth compared to our class winner. I want to see him just flex and go just a little bit more athletically, more with more authoritative step. I'm sorry, one that maybe just nursing just a little bit of an injury there, but one that's got a neat design, the right kind of muscularity of height, a really well presented one by that young man. The barrel that's going to be in third, a really just good built barrel from the side in terms of height to shoulder, levelness to spine, correctness to hip and hind leg. Of our top three, that one's the frailest in terms of his bone work and ultimately his foot size. And I just want to open that guy up when he comes right at me, give him more as I get right in behind him, just more just stoutness and power, but one that I like a lot of things about him from the side and how he's constructed. The young man's predominantly black bear that's going to be in fourth. Another one, really attractive, really shapely as I get on the upper side of his skeleton. He gets just a little more shallow right there behind his blade and does so as he comes back to the center part of his body with that one stout, his bone work, unique in his design from the side. Just need to stout him there on the upper side of his skeleton in terms of cage and fill. The young man, around that Tamworth and Perry one, just a power hog in terms of shape, body, hip and hind leg. That one gets just a little in terms of shape, body, hip and hind leg. That one gets just a little bit more common in terms of how he's put together from the side. I want to lengthen him there ahead of his blade. Make that one's head and neck come just higher on the top side of his shoulder. Give him a shot, bigger bone and foot to go along with it as well. But a really nice top five to start this first class. Let's give them a good round of applause.
This is also class 1.1, single barrel. In 10th place, Aiden Slaughter, Country Kids. In 9th place, Samantha Mass, Millfork Valley. In 8th place, Oliver Winnery, Ridge Runners. In 7th place, Bergen Triplin, Magic Makers. In 6th place, Bristol Short, Twilight Challengers. In 5th place, Daniel Short, Twilight Challengers. In 4th place, Cooper Alverson, Active Achievers. 3rd place, Olivia Adams, Ridgewood FFA. 2nd place, Bodie Richards, King Country Kids. In 1st place, Eliza Fender, Ridge Runners. Now entering the ring is 1.2 single barrel class.
First off, single barrel subclass 3. Lucas Emma Yoder, Gavin Williams, Zoe Perry, Addison Blair, Ellie Inkley, Kennedy Patterson, Briar Kimberlin, Laramie Matthews, and Toby Richards.
They might want to fight before, and I'm not a fighter.
Another high quality class with a little more give and take as we work from top to bottom. The sixth in this particular drive is going to be the young man in the black. Awesome body cavity, big spread up high, comes back into that big hip and hind leg. Maybe as we get off to the side, just to make that guy just a little fresher there at the top side of his shoulder, just stretching him up in terms of how he's built there in the front 2/3 of his body, but a big, stout kind of a rascal, a really nice six-blade kind of animal. Seventh is going to be the young man here next to me. Like the way this one's built, shoulder, you're six, buddy. Really good in terms of full rib and flank. When I get right up on top of this guy, I'm just not sure there's enough horsepower and spread there for one that's built right at the ground. Young man does a very nice job of getting him presented. Next and eighth is going to be the young lady here with her full belted one. Just a good built one in terms of skeleton angles. One that's attractive as a step off to the side. Just needs to be more defined in his muscle shape. Just a little bit heavier structure in terms of his natural foot size to move up any higher. Next, the young lady here with her all black one that is probably the most powerful of what we have remaining in terms of spread, muscularity, blade and forearm. One that just gets a little more outside of himself as we get right in behind him. Want to strengthen him up on those fast turns as well. And then to round out this particular class will be the young lady over here against the fence with our calico presented bearer, stout body, loose about his skeleton. Just gets a little flatter right there behind his blade. Just want to stouten him up in terms of muscularity, freshen him up in terms of his overall appearance. But another really nice class. Let's get those young people around for applause.
Walking.
No, it doesn't matter.
Totally
fault-free one that we start this class with. The young lady here to my right with the belted home. One that in terms of skeleton and build and angles, that's the logical place to start because that one's the most comfortable in terms of posture and set. Has the best angles. And let's put that one into motion. That one's ability to reach and plant and drive is the one I'm most comfortable with in terms of length of hip. Awesome body shape when I get right into him. When I get up on top of him, he's got the right kind of spread, the right kind of turn to the upper side of his ribs. Gets just a little bit heavy there in his crest as we evaluate the front 2/3 of his body. But a lot of things I like about that bear in terms of balance, complete type of livestock with a good skeleton underneath. Young man that's going to be in second, maybe one that's a little stouter in terms of his bone work compared to our class winner. I like that one's body shape as well. And one that offers just a little bit more true dimension up high. For me, it's that one's front feet and shoulder blade forward that I've got to kind of reconstruct him. He gets a little flatter in terms of his posture and set up front. Gets just a little bit more down in terms of where that head and neck. I've got to see that one come just higher on the top side of his shoulder to move him up any higher. And ultimately, I think if we do that, we can open him up in his chest and in his knee a little bit more aggressively as well. But a big hind leg, freshness up high, a nice second place barrel. Young man that's going to be in third, very well presented type of show barrel. Awesome back shape and horsepower when they get right up on top of him. Incredible turn to the upper side of his ribs. I've got to make that one's hips just a little bit longer, and in doing so, I think makes him more comfortable in terms of his reach, range of motion off his rear too, and ultimately it's up front where I've got to make him better. He's the shortest from nose to blade of our top three, and he as well just needs to come higher on the top side of his blade to allow him to balance just a little bit better from the side. But an awesome kind of body shape, big and square up high, very well presented one by that young man. Love the natural look that our fourth place bear gives me from the side in terms of sharpness of jawline, height of shoulder, and that one's built right from the side with some intangibles there at the ground in terms of comfort and range of motion. But as of our top five, when I get on top of him, he's the most common in terms of his muscle shape, the flattest in terms of his rib cage. I'd like to open that one up simply more as he comes and goes on both ends of his skeleton, but love the way he's built from the side. A really nice fourth place barrel. Similarly with our blue barrel that's going to be in fifth, awesome built in terms of silhouette, height of shoulder, levelness of spine, correct, and just so comfortable when we put him into motion. We just got to open that guy up when we get right up on top of him, give him more just fresh definition of muscle to move up any higher in this particular drive. But a really nice set of market homes. Give those young people a good round of applause.
Results of class 1.2, single barrel. In 10th, Lakota Alexander. 9th, Riley McKee. 8th, Tennessee Ellis, Bridgewood FFA. 7th, Miles Hammond, Cadillac Challengers. 6th, Christopher McKee, winner. 5th, Isabel Mauer, Bridgewood FFA. 4th, Peyton Shears, Bridgewood FFA. 3rd, Taylor Richards, King Country Kids. 2nd, Jake Redis, Cadillac Challengers. And in 1st, Sylvie Mullet, Ridge Runners. Now in the ring is class 1.3 single barrel. This class is sponsored by the employees of Kraft Paint. The Coshocton County Agricultural Society would like to thank the following major sponsors of the 2025 fair on behalf of our many organizations including 4-H, FFA, Scouts, Grain, and Junior Grain, Ohio Department of Development, Ohio Department of Agriculture, Hathaway Inc., Phillips A. Wagner Companies, Stockton Materials, Coshocton Board of ED, Kimball Companies, Shelley Materials, National Lime and Stone, William Albert Excavating, Coshocton Mayor Mark Stone staff, Pond Oil Company, AgPro Zanesville, Coshocton County Board of Commissioners, Coshocton American Legion, Homegrown Savings Bank, IRC Rental, Genesis Healthcare, Coshocton Elk, Holmes Rental, Lap Farm, and Buckeye Brine.
for 6 in this particular class is going to be the young man's all white bear, one that is so exotic in terms of his look from the side, incredibly stout in terms of his bone work. He's getting that top 5 in that class. That one just gets a little more tubular in his body shape for me. I'd like to stout him up in his forerib and his flank, but that is a unique looking one from the side with a stout skull and an incredibly large hind leg. Congratulations to that young man. Next in 7th is going to be the young man right here in front of me. Just good basic build type of livestock, strong pastures, comfortable builds to put him into motion. He's got the right kind of angles on both ends of his skeleton. We just got to make him more shapely, more defined, and from the top side of his skeleton down, simply give that one just a shot more horsepower to move him up any higher. We talk about horsepower. The one that comes next is going to be young lady's Berkshire right here in front of me. That one's got that shape up high, that blade and form that we like to see. Incredible body shape. It's just a little frailer in terms of his overall bone work, a little flatter in terms of that pasture set as well. But I like the spread and natural muscularity that one gives me. Next will be the young man bear right here in front of me. Another one that offers that spread and that forearm and stoutness of skull. That one just needs to be a little stouter in terms of his overall bone work and foot size as well to move him up any higher in this particular class. And then we round out with another Berkshire appearing one, rawness and muscle, really neat design from the side. We just got to get that one just stouter in terms of flank and forerib to balance him out from the side, give him just a shot more power to go along with it. But a nice group as we release them back. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors. Just a little more give and take in this particular class as we get to the top end, but quality nonetheless. We start with the young ladies all black bear there at the far end. One that I think in terms of just balance and comfort, that's where we need to start. That one's the most attractive and fresh in his overall build. I like the natural freshness of muscle that he has when I get right up on top of him. He's got the best hip and hind leg and length of hip as we put him into motion. As we step off to the side, I'd like to just elevate him slightly there at the top of his blade, just to blend him a little better from the side, but that's being critical. I think a really nice place to start with that young lady's all black bear. A blue bear that's going to be in second, a power hog in terms of the spread and horsepower up high. I love that fresh ditch and muscularity that I find when I get right up on top of him. That's a big hipped and stifled kind of a show bear as well. It's his balance from the side where I've got to make him better. He's the most upright in terms of his, and forward in terms of his shoulder blade, and because of that, he wants to just close up in his chest. I'd like to open him up, allow that shoulder blade just to relax back, and I think that hog will just plant and go with a little more true authority. He gets just a little shorter about his hip and hind leg as well, but a stout bone, big back one as well for presented, I think, a very nice second place Kevin Rivera for that young lady. Rivera in third, big, stout bones and feet that we've got on this guy who built him from the ground up. He gets just a little more common in terms of his build compared to the animals in 1 and 2. I'd like to just make him more defined and shapely on the top side of his skeleton. He gets rounded in terms of how we evaluate the turn to the upper side of his rib, and he as well gets just a little bit straighter and forward about his shoulder blade, and I think because of that, that one's head and neck just needs to become higher on the top side of his blade. But love his bone work, love the quality of his toes. It's one that gets just a little flatter, they get right in behind him as well. But a really nice third place, very young lady's done a nice job of getting him presented. Really unique ones in 4 and 5. Young lady here in front of me that's going to be in 4th. That is a big back, big stout rascal. He's got big bones, he's got big feet. It's his comfort level where I've got to make him better. He gets flatter off of those front feet and in turn wants to just take that hind leg and just roll it up underneath. He's just a little bit much for my liking, but that is a stout dog, still a tracted made, kind of a show bearer. Love what I find when I get right up on top of him. Another really well presented one. Big stout in rounds out this particular class, bone and foot and feature, certainly not lacking. I love the natural attractive jaw that this bear still has. Unfortunately, he starts to get outside of the playing field for me when I get right in behind him and where the outside of his body and his hock's going to sit, and in turn he wants to just turn in and get just a little more east and west on those front feet as we evaluate when he comes right at me. But that is a big muscle, still attractive kind of a hog with a ton of feature. Just seems to make him better when I get right in behind him. Ultimately, to move it up any higher. But another really nice class. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Results for class 1.6, Sybil Barrow. In 10th place, Quinn McDonald, Mohawk Valley. In 9th place, Shiloh Kinsel, Mohawk Valley. In 8th place, Parker Keith, Magic Makers. 7th place, Bexley Bell, Future Leaders. 6th place, Grayson Esley, Team Junior Farmers. 5th place, Ava Miller, Magic Makers. 4th place, Candace Triplin, winner. 3rd place, Hannah Bratton, Hamilton Valley Hustlers. 2nd place, JC Toxic, Ridge Runners. And in 1st place, Vera Gegerich, Hooker Kids. Now in the ring is class 1.7, single barrel.
First goal, single barrel subclass 5, Eloise Aaron Mullet, Audrey Buckley, Virtual Francis, Cohen Samuel, Lane Mullet, Avery Reynolds, Lucy Bomber, Lucas Strong.
This is 1.4. This is 1.4. I'm reading the names on the back of the bags. Match up 1.4. It's not the first time they've read ahead.
Results for class 3, single barrel. In 10th place, Gavin Williams, Tucker Kent. 9th place, Toby Richards, Active Achievers. 7th place, Lucas King Junior Farmers. 6th place, Briar Kimberly, Country Diamond Gals. 5th place, Laramie Massey, Magic Makers. 4th place, Ellie Ensley, Go Getters. 3rd place, Zoe Carey, Team Junior Farmers. 2nd place, Emma Yoder, This and That. And then 1st place, Kennedy Patterson, Team Junior Farmers.
Sixth in this particular class will be the young man here in the blue checkered. I like just the natural body shape that that mare has. Good depth of forward and flank. He's making just stouter in his overall bone work and foot size to catch that top 5 pin here today, but he's good in terms of his muscle shape up high. Still attractive in terms of how his head and neck is constructed. Just maybe want to scout him up right there at the top of his blade to move him up any higher. But a lot of things I like about that young man's barrel. 7th will be the young lady right here, number 73. That's a big bladed, big hips and stifles kind of an animal. Natural in his muscle shape. Just wants to close up as he comes right at me. Does the same as I get right in behind him in terms of his hock set. But an attractive, stout armed, big bladed kind of a show bearer to stand in 7th. Congratulations to her. 8th will be the young lady right here in front of me. Another one fresh in terms of that muscle that I find up behind. Big hips and stifles. Gets just a little frailer in terms of his overall bone work. Gets just a little bit more straight and forward about his shoulder blade. Ultimately, to give that home just a little bit more just body shape in terms of forward and flank to move him up any higher and match that massive power that he has up high. Sights and 10. Sights is going to be the young man right here with a really heavy bone, big-footed kind of a show bearer. Gets just a little more upright out of either end of his skeleton in terms of hip and hind leg. Shoulder blades built the same way, and ultimately that one gets just more tubular to the center part of his body. I'd like to give it just a little bit more of a punch and muscle up high as well. But that is a neat-looking, really stout-built, big-footed kind of a bear. And then we round out with our young man here. That is a workhorse in terms of body shape, natural spread up high. It's really throw him into motion. He has to be more comfortable in terms of his posture set. He's got to be square in terms of his hock set as they get right in behind him. But a very well presented one with a ton of confidence and a ton of power for that young man. Let's give the rest of that drive a good round of applause as they go back to their pen. absolute workhorse to start this particular class with the young lady's bear right here in front of me. That is a big-chested, massive kind of an armed bear with skull and jaw. And then when you get in behind him, he matches with a monster hip and hind leg. He's square and fresh up high. That's where he starts to drive for me. That's the most defined in terms of his muscle shape. He's got the most genuine spread as I get right up on top of him. I'll be the first to admit, as I step off to the side, I'd like to just freshen him about the front 2/3 of his body, just clean him up in his throat flap, give the guy just a little bit fresher appearance right there at the top of his blade. But that's a stout, really dense one that can still handle as we put him into motion. A very well-presented class winner by that young lady. Our bear that's going to be in second, one that's very similar in a lot of ways in terms of that big hip and hind leg, that stout kind of bone work. He's maybe just even a little bit more defined in terms of ditch and whacked out muscle compared to our class winner. It's his front end that I've got to make better. He gets just a little flatter on those front feet, just a little more common in terms of how his head's shaped. I'd like to just make his head come higher on the top side of his blade, just allowing to plant with more true authority when I get right in behind him, but a good muscle home with a big hind leg to be in second. Congratulations, young man. Third will be our blue bear, and to make one like that from the side certainly is going to be at the top end of most classes. Tall shoulder, level spine, good hip and hind leg compared to his contemporaries in 1 and 2. That one just isn't wide enough as he comes right at me. He wants to close up equally and from hock to hock as I get in behind him. Just want to give that guy just the ability to pack more of a punch to contend with a handful of those that came ahead of him. Next will be our young man's narrow belted bear, an exotic looking one from the side. That one's length of neck and just height of shoulder is certainly extreme. He's fresh and genuine about his muscle shape up high. I love his hair root. That one just has to blend better in terms of angles out of both ends of his skeleton to allow him to reach and go with more true comfort. I think we just give him a bigger skull set. I think that opens him up all the way through the center part of his body. But a real exotic looking one, a well presented one from the side for that young man. Congratulations to him. Big stout, he rounds out this class for this young man. You want to talk about skull and soundness of blade and arm and body shape, and then to be running on that big of ears, that is a big-footed, square-toed kind of a rascal. It's just his freshness and his balance where we've got to make him better. He's more nondescript when I get right up on top of him in terms of muscle, but ultimately it's his head and his neck and how he's constructed there. I'd like to just take some of that condition off and ultimately make him fresher in his overall appearance. So that's a big-legged, big-footed one with a ton of body, another well-presented one to round out that particular class. Let's give each one of those exhibitors a good round of applause.
Results from class 1.4 single barrel. In 10th place, Colt Richards, active achiever. In 9th place, Kyler Thompson, Superior Livestock. In 8th place, Hadley House, Richard FFA. In 7th place, Charlie Conquo, Lucky Learner. 6th place, Wade Thompson, Richard FFA. 5th place, Keegan Carey, Teen Junior Farmers. 4th place, Jace Inlake, Ridge Runners. 3rd place, Lake Massey, Magic Makers. 2nd place, Cadence Inlake, Ridge Runners. And in 1st place, Kensley Hayes, Mohawk Valley. Now in the ring is class 5 single barrel. Class 5 is sponsored by the employees of Staff Time. Reminder that there are still sign-ups for old timers. They will begin after this market show. Babcock, your phone is at the 4-H food stand. Again, Jennifer Babcock, your phone is at the 4-H food stand.
I should have called you. That's what Rachel needs to do. She was supposed to. So the sake of calling, I mean, it's like all the time she's out there, and they joke about it. It's
Well, a really, really high quality class from top to bottom, and amongst this top 3 or 4, I mean, a lot of good conversation pieces in my own mind as I work through them. I like doing the young man's barrier here in the center part of the ring. I love just his fluid comfort as we put him into motion. He's the most angular off both ends of his skeleton. He's the most comfortable as we make him plant and drive out here on the dirt. Love his center body shape in terms of just spread and muscularity. He matches that up high in terms of that big back, that shapely kind of back. Gets just a little softer on those front feet to what I deem ideal. And I'd like to just maybe just sharpen him there in his throat latch in terms of how his front 2/3 is put together. But a ton of quality there for that young man to start the class. Congratulations to him. Young lady with her predominantly black power that's going to be in second. Another one that's just so big and bold as he comes right at me. He's equally as stout as I get right in behind him. He's shapely, maybe even just more shapely and defined on the top side of his skeleton than our class winner. But when I put him into motion is where I just don't know that he's long enough hip and just more as comfortable as he needs to be in terms of that hip and hind leg and how he hinges and how he reaches. He gets just a little shorter about his rump, and in turn gets just a little shorter in terms of his stride as well. And we could say the same about his front end. I just want that one's big skull and jaw to come just a little higher out of the top side of his blade. But a really, really high quality second place individual. Our white bear, I love a lot of things about this bear. His height of shoulder, his natural extension up front. That one's likely the best hip and hind leg bear of this entire drive with a good kind of body shape. As I get right up on top of him though, he's the most plain and nondescript in terms of his muscle, and ultimately when he comes right at me, that one just gets flatter in his blade and more closed up about his chest. But a ton of good in that third place bear. That one starts most classes in most places that you go. The young ladies there, the also one that's going to be in fourth, another power hog in terms of freshness and build on the upper side of his skeleton. That one comes incredibly wide and leads you the same way, and that's where he finds the fourth spot for me. He gets just a little more bulldogged about his shoulder blade and wants to push his skeleton as I get right in behind him. I'd like to just make him more athletic, more comfortable in terms of that width, but that's an ultra attractive one, and how he's built up front, a lot of unique muscle as they get right up on top of him. The young lady's done a very nice job to go along with it. Our bear that comes next to the young lady there in the maroon, big body, forerib and flank. That one just is wild in terms of his spread and natural muscularity up high. Of our top ender though, that one's the frailest in terms of his bone work and his natural foot size. And just want to make him go just a little bit more discomfort in terms of reach and range of motion. But a lot of good things about that bear as well. Young lady that comes next, big bones and big feet, just wild in terms of that one's stoutness of feature, stout skull, big blade, gets just a little past his prime in terms of how we evaluate the front 2/3 of his body, and as well gets just a little more common in terms of his muscle up high. Ultimately want to fix that hop set as well in terms of comfort. Young man that comes next there in the cowboy hat, another really good, just good built piece of livestock in terms of body shape, angles, comfort level when we put him into motion. Of that top end though, that one just runs out of gas in terms of punch and power and natural muscularity. Man, they want to give him just a little bit bigger feature in terms of bone and foot. Similarly with the young lady that comes next, another one gets just a little plainer on the top side of his skeleton in terms of muscle and spread, but that's one that's functional, sound, complete, and balanced. A lot of positives there. Move around now with the young man, awesome kind of body cavity in terms of depth of forerib and flank, sound and functional as a building from the ground up. That one just doesn't have enough when I get right in behind him in terms of muscle, hip, and stifle. Need to give him just a bigger hind leg to go along with some of that body shape as well. Really good class from top to bottom though. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 4 single barrel. 10th place, Colt Richards, Active Achievers. 9th place, Tyler Thompson, Superior Livestock. 8th place, okay, Class 5 single barrel. 9th place, Cohen Samsel, Riverview FFA. 8th place, Maren Mullet, Ridge Runners. 7th place, Lane Mullet, Ridge Runners. 6th place, Audrey Buxton, True Mag Kids. 5th place, Lucy Bamer, Child Psychologist. 4th place, Bristol Glancy, winner. 3rd place, Pacey Reddish, Ridge FFA. 2nd place, Ewas Ensley, Team Junior Farmers. And 1st place, Lucas Brock, Team Country Kids. Now in the ring is Class 6 single barrel.
Well, that quality just continues to come as we continue getting some of those higher weights and putting good five that I like in the pen, but still having a ton of quality as we work 6 to 10. 6th in this particular class will be the young lady right here in front of me. I love that one's natural bone work, the size of his blade and his forearm. That's an awesome center-bodied one that just when we get right up on top of him, don't know that he's got quite as much just shape and defined muscle as he comes back through his hip and stifle, but that's a sound functional one. I like a lot of things about that one in terms of just natural feature to be 6th. 7th will be the young man here in the maroon on the far end. Big body, stout rib. That one's gets just a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape when I get right at. Young lady that comes next here in the checkered maroon. Dog that has some skull, has some back shape, has the right kind of center body. Unfortunately, he just gets more uncomfortable and a little flatter on all 4 of those feet. It makes him more tender and just doesn't allow him to plant and go the way that he needs to. But one that has a lot of quality outside of that. Congratulations to that young lady. We would round out with our Duroc barrow that is so unique in terms of the length that he has ahead of his blade. Just gets a little more shallow and tubular to the center part of his body. And there, if we can just elevate him on the top side of his blade and allow him to balance a little better from the side, give him just a shot more muscle as well. But a really unique looking one as we evaluate that one's head and neck. Another high quality class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's give them a good round of applause. Well, I think a really exceptional way to start off this particular class with the young ladies belted Barra there against the gates. That one's so unique in terms of how he's constructed from the side, the stoutness of his skull, the ruggedness of his jaw, and just to have that big of an arm and that big of a chest and blend back into the right kind of center body, an incredible hip and hind leg, but yet to have the intangibles of back shape and width as he comes and goes and the right kind of bone work and blend it together proportionally into a show ring package from the side. Incredibly hard to do, but a very nice place to start with that young lady. Congratulations to her. young lady that's going to be in second with the bigger barrel, just a little more common in terms of his attractiveness from the side. I certainly like to just sharpen him there in his throat latch ever so slightly, but I think that one finds our second pin because he's the more angular, more comfortable one when we put him into motion compared to our blue bear in third. Love that one's hip and hind leg, the angle to his blade, bring it right up on top of him. Simply, he just doesn't have as much spread of muscularity compared to our bear that wins, and as I alluded to, want to make him just a little sharper and a little fresher in terms of that throat latch. Our blue bear that comes in third, that's a big stout rascal in terms of the upper side of his skeleton. He's fresh, he's ditched and defined in terms of his muscle, blends back into a very big hip and hind leg and stifle, square body kind of an animal. It's his balance from the side that just has to be more comfortable. He's shorter about his hip and likewise shorter in terms of his stride. He's the more upright forward one in terms of how his blade is constructed, but a ton of positives there in terms of just raw muscularity and power. A well-presented one by that young man. Fourth will be the young lady down here in the corner, another one wide and burly, big and stout up high. I've got to balance that guy in terms of his hot step when I get right in behind him. He wants to push the playing field as well as when he gets right up front there. He's the softer one on his front pastern, but a ton of unique quality there in terms of design, blade and forearm with a big back. We just got to make him better as he comes and goes. Then we round out with the young man's all black bear, sound, functional, and comfortable and athletic in terms of how he gets around the ring. One that has some natural back shape. We've got to make him stouter in terms of his feature and his bone work right there at the ground, but a really nice way to round out the top five in that particular class. My congratulations to each one of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 6, single barrel. In 10th, Bexley Bell, future leader. In 9th, Hannah Broughton, Hamilton Valley Hustlers. In 8th, Quick McDonald, Mohawk Valley. In 7th, Parker Keith, Magic Maker. In 6th, Vera Gitterwitz, Country Kid. In 5th, Camden Triplin, winner. In 4th, Jason Thompson, Ridge Runner. In 3rd, Grayson Ensley, King Junior Farmer. In 2nd, Shiloh Kinsel, Mohawk Valley. And in 1st, Ava Miller, Magic Maker. Now in the ring is Class 7, single barrel. The Coshocton County Agricultural Society would like to thank the following major sponsors of the 2025 fair on behalf of our many organizations including 4-H, FFA, Scouts, Greens, and Junior Greens, Ohio Department of Development, Ohio Department of Agriculture, Phillips A. Wagner Company, Hathaway Inc., Coshocton Materials, Coshocton Board of BV, Kimball Companies, Shelley Materials, William Albert Excavating, National Alignment Stone, Hog Oil Company, Coshocton Mayor Mark Mills and staff, AgPro Zanesville, Coshocton County Board of Commissioners, Home Loan Savings Bank, Coshocton American Leases, IRC Rental, Genesis Healthcare, Holmes Rental, Coshocton Elk, Knox Farm, and Buckeye Ride.
Second call, Class 8, out of it.
different pieces and parts as we work through this particular drive, but the quality just continues to be solid, and the ones that found the balance and the completeness and the proportionality, that's the ones that top the 10. But sixth in this particular drive is going to be the young man here in the green. Like just the balance and the build of that bear. He's angular off both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to just press him there, right there, to the peak of his full in terms of his design. Give him just a shot more overall muscularity as well, but sound and functional with an awesome kind of body shape. Congratulations to him. Seventh is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. Another one, big blade forearm, good useful kind of hind leg. Just gets just a little more peaked right there at the top side of his shoulder. Just want to just blend in there, give him more natural muscularity up high there in our seventh spot. There in eighth is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. Another just full arm, big body kind of a bear. I like the squareness that I find when I get right up on top of it. Of our 6th and 10th, that one just needs to be bigger about his foot size and stouter about his overall feature and his bone work to move up any higher. So that young lady does a very nice job of getting him driven. 9th and 10th there, 9th, we're going to use the young lady's bear there at the far end. I understand he's certainly nursing an injury, but that's a stout-armed, big-footed, heavy-boned kind of a rascal with a unique design there ahead of his blade. We certainly just got to make him go better as we get right in behind him, fix that injury or whatever that may be. But a lot of unique things that I thought needed to be brought to the surface on that young lady's bear. Congratulations to her. Then to round out this particular class will be the young man's first year appearing bear, stout body, big arm. Needs to be stouter in his bone work, bigger in his foot size. Give him just a shot more muscularity when I get right in behind him. But I like the comfort level and the natural build that that young man's bear has. A very nice way to round out this particular class. My compliments to those exhibitors as they go back to their families. to a little differences of type and kind and shape and size in this particular class. But with that being said, I'll lay on the younger in the center part of the ring that I think puts all the positives that we see across the board into one. I love that one's natural body shape, his depth of form and his flank, the stoutness of his bone, the squareness of his toes. Gets just a little elongated on those front feet at times, but he's still stout in terms of how he plants and goes. That one's the most attractive in terms of how he's constructed in the front two-thirds of his body. Good in terms of how that hind leg reaches and goes. I want to just take that tail head and just take it up a couple notches there at the base of his spine. There's so much quality there for that young man. An awesome place to start. Congratulations to him. Young lady that's going to be in second with her calico bear. Stout bone, big-footed. That is a rugged featured capybara. He's stouter about his arm and his blade, maybe even than our class winner. That is a massive chested one that matches with that same kind of power and spread when getting behind him. I didn't think this one was constructed quite as well from the side in terms of how that one's head and neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. Just want to blend him better there, but that's a true power hog with awesome definition when I get right up on top of him. A very nice second place animal. Young man in third with our predominantly white polka dotted one. Good built hog in terms of body shape, forward and flank, a stout kind of chest, a big kind of arm. Of our top three, that one's the bravest in terms of his bone work as we build him up right there at the ground. And I just wasn't sure that one was quite as just comfortable in terms of how he handled that hip and hind leg as he plants and goes. But an attractive hog needs to be just a little bit stouter in terms of his muscle there on the upper side of his skeleton. With a lot of positives there. Young man's done a very nice job. Better than another bear that I like that's going to be in fourth in terms of stoutness, the skull, comfort of hip and hind leg. That one gets just a little past his prime in terms of the flatness of his skull and the looseness of his throat lash. That one's got the right kind of body shape, so genuine muscularity. I've got to open him up as I get right in behind him and give him more just power from hot to hot and move him up any higher. And then we round out with the fifth place one that's incredibly well presented by this young man, fresh in terms of his muscle up high. Of our top five, that one's the more tubular one in terms of center body. I'd like to give him a little deeper flank, a little bit deeper forearm, and just allow that guy to go better on both ends in terms of the angles of his skeleton. But a really nice top five. These young people should be commended. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Results from Class 7 single market, single barrel. In 10th place, Mason Hess, Ridge Runners. In 9th place, Carly Hendel, Premier Ag Kids. In 8th place, Bexley Constable, Lucky Learners. In 7th place, Piper Inlet, Country Kids. In 6th place, Dave Stevens, Teen Country Kids. In 5th place, Swayze Stein, Twilight Challengers. In 4th place, Rumor Ringwalt, Milford Valley. In 3rd place, Grayson Bamer, Twilight Challengers. 2nd place, Avery Lindsay, Magic Makers. And in 1st place, Carter Yoder, This and That. Now in the ring is Class 8, single barrel.
class of absolute workhorses as we work through that top 5 into the 10s. And as we start to evaluate our 6 through 10, just power, density, and feature. 6th in this particular class is going to be the young man right here in front of me. Big arms, stout back. Maybe compared to our contemporaries, the pin just doesn't have quite the bone work, and the foot size has a handful of those. That one ultimately gets just a little flat on, just more angled to his front shoulder blade. Needs to be stouter in his chest as he comes right at me and move up any higher. But I like his raw muscularity and to still have that kind of freshness up high at this particular weight. In 9th and 10th, as we evaluate our pair of Hereford pairing ones and our Duroc, in 9th is going to be the young man's Hereford there in the red, one that is stout bladed, has some hip and stifle natural muscularity, just doesn't have quite as much feature there at the ground, doesn't have quite as much natural foot size, and then in 10th naturally with our other Hereford bearer, big body, big arms, similar to our one previously, just needs to be stouter and more robust on the upper side of his skeleton. Then we've got our Duroc bearer, Manny, that's so unique in terms of look from the side and natural head carriage, just needs to be stouter in terms of center body mass and some natural spread up high. Been a really nice class of heavyweights. My compliments to those as they go back to their pins.
Please.
The first place class winner in Albany. First place class winner. Class 1, Alyssa Fender. Class 2, Sylvia Mullet. Class 3, Kennedy Patterson. Class 4, Lindsay Hayes. Class 5, Lindsay Croft. Class 6, Eva Miller. Your first Ready is second place hog to the makeup area. Second place hog, Bertie Richards, Kate Gibbs, Emma Yoder, Hayden Henley, Eloise Hensley, Tracy Hensley. We're ready for the second to make up ready for the second place. Bertie Richards, Kate Gibbs, Emma Yoder, Eloise Hensley, Tracy.
Well, I think a phenomenal class from top to bottom to round out what I think is our last class of market barrows. And these two here at the top end, man, they are fun to look through. And I'm not saying that that they are the same type and kind, and they don't have to be. They just have to be good. And these two are absolutely very, very high quality animals. And most of these young people have them tricked out, ready to rock and roll. And there's good conversation pieces also between the two of them for me. I'm waiting on the young lady's blue bear. When you step off to the side of this guy and just settle into him, there's not a lot of holes that you can find. He's tall-shouldered, his head and neck comes high on the top side of his blade. He's stout about his skull, but still so incredibly unique in how he's built ahead of his blade. His arm is big, his forearm is stout. He comes at you with plenty of width, leaves you the same way. He's fresh and bold up high. That one's hip and hind leg just is so constructed so incredibly well while still having enough angle there. If I'm going to be critical of him, could I just pack just a little more punch in when I get right in behind him in terms of width from hot to hot? Yeah, maybe so, but there's a ton of quality in that one and an awesome place to start. Taking nothing away from our young lady's all black bear, because I like him a great deal as well. When he comes right at me, that one's probably better chested than our class winner in terms of just being bold at the base of his chest, square to the ground. I love him there. He's stout in terms of his skull and his natural attractiveness. I didn't know that this one rolled up on the upper side of his rib quite as well as our class winner, and ultimately when I got right in behind him, that one just wants to get just a little bit different in terms of his squareness, in terms of how that hock wants to sit inside of his skeleton as he goes right away. But man, that is being absolutely critical. An awesome second place individual. Congratulations to both of them. Young man's bear that's going to be in third, another one so unique in terms of design and just fresh in his appearance, youthful in his build. I didn't think he had this sheer power and feature compared to the two that came ahead of him. He's probably the narrowest in terms of his skull, the smallest in terms of his foot size, but that one's got an awesome body cavity, great blade and form. I want to square him up off both ends of his skeleton to move him up any higher, but a really neat built one there from the side to be in third. A young man's bear that's going to be in fourth, an absolute workhorse in terms of spread, muscularity, sparseness of body cavity. That one is wild there. Still square and genuine as he comes on both ends of his skeleton. Just a little past his prime in terms of just freshness and overall natural muscle as we get right in behind his blade. It just starts to carry a little bit more there in the lower part of his flank as well. just want to make him more comfortable as we put him into motion. Similarly, with the young ladies bear that we round out with, that is another big back, fresh muscled, kind of a show bearer. He just wants to cave there at his knee when he comes right out. He's still ultra attractive in terms of his head and neck, and I absolutely appreciate that in terms of what at this weight, maturity. I just want to take a little bit off of that guy and allow him just to go with more authority and more athletic comfort, but a really unique one at this weight to be that attractive and that stout. A really nice way to round out a good class there from top to bottom. Let's give these young people a good round of applause.
Results from Class 8 Single Barrels. In 10th place, Justin Miser, Progressive Livestock. 9th place, Jordan Miser, Progressive Livestock. 8th place, Brooklyn Wilson, Above and Beyond. 7th place, Bristol King, Magic Makers. 6th place, Paisley Howell, We're Good at That Thing. 5th place, Daisy Hawthorne, winner. 4th place, Dirk Hawthorne, winner. 3rd place, Brody Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. 2nd place, Adeline Inslee, Team Junior Farmers. And 1st place, Emma Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. We are now going on to our Champion Market Barrel and Reserve Champion Market Barrel. We will be placing the Champion Market Barrel and the Reserve Champion Market Barrel, and then we were going to 12 after that. Reminder that the Old Timer Showmanship is still up to sign up for, if anybody would like to sign up for it.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together and let's congratulate our bear exhibitors as we get our class winners back out here, and exciting to be able to put 12 of these things together and to have that much added recognition of these young people is certainly a compliment to the way that you guys do things, because our quality simply does run that deep into our seconds and even some of our thirds, and I think it's exciting to be able to get those back out here in competition. As we worked through this group of bears, they came together really well, and I always say you just never know how they're going to come back out from their earlier classes, or you may see them just in a little bit different light. But for me, each one of these do the right things that I like to look for in terms of skeletal build, comfort, and then we can talk about stoutness of feature and power and all those things, bone and foot, and ultimately, you know, when we get on top of them, they need to be able to match in terms of having that big back, and I like big fresh muscle. I don't hide that. But then ultimately, as we step off of each one of them, they have to look like bigger and show pigs in terms of proportionality, balance, and how everything comes together, and I think each one of these do that incredibly well. With that being said, there is one that just simply does that better for me in my mind in terms of angulation, that wild look from the side, but then does not hurt you anywhere else. Big backs, big armed and bladed, comes at you with the right chest, leads you the same way. I think one that's fun to name champion, that'll be the young lady's Blue Bear. Congratulations to her.
You're not done.
We drop another one in there and we start to evaluate for reserve. Doesn't get any easier. I think that's the quality that we've got. And there's some really good conversation pieces in my own mind as I work through these. Those being the one that's going to be reserved for me is so good in terms of squareness of chest, awesome look from the side. You get on the top side of this guy, he is just carved up and ditched with fresh kind of muscularity. And then very similar to our champion in terms of that proportionality from the side. The parts and pieces, they fit together. They're angular on both ends. I think a very good reserve. I'm not going to break that pair up. The young lady's all black bear that was second. So our champion is going to be reserved grand. Congratulations to her. For third out, I think there was one that just kept pushing and pushing and pushing on those top two. One that I think is so awesome in terms of skull and jaw shape, awesome in terms of body shape and hip and hind leg. If I can change this one just a little in his chest and open him up and give him just a slight better angle to his shoulder blade, that's being awful critical. Third out's going to be the young lady right here in front of me. Congratulations to her. out, we've got another that's so stout in terms of bone work and foot size. Love the freshness of center body that this one has. To be big and square like this one, to still be this attractive and proportional from the side. Another one I like a great deal. The young man in the checker is going to be fifth out. Let's give him a good round of applause. For the sixth out, we just keep bringing good quality livestock in, but one that's maybe just simply presented as well as it is we've seen today. Awesome body cavity, stout bones, maybe just a little softer on those front feet. It's an idea at times, but I think another really high quality animal. Next out is going to be the young man here in front of me. Congratulations to him. For seventh, there's one that I just love the freshness of this show bear. When they get right up on top of him, he opens up into a big upper rib. Maybe at times it gets just a little more upright on either end, but still attractive, stout, got the right kind of feature. Seventh out is going to be the young lady's all black bear here in front of me. Congratulations to her. As we get to eighth overall, one that's so overpowering amongst his contemporaries out here in terms of body shape, squareness up high, one that's got the right kind of skull shape. Yeah, carries maybe just a little bit more in terms of condition, needs just a shot more freshness, but just an overpowering animal that can still handle, can still be so square when we put him into motion. The young lady with the narrow belted bear here in front of me is going to be next. Congratulations to her. For ninth overall, so many good options still, but one that I think in terms of just, when we talk stoutness of hind leg, freshness of back shape, one that is a true power hog that still is attractive. Need to make this one's head and neck come just a little higher on the top side of his blade, but I think so many positives. Next out is going to be the young lady, Calico Barra. Congratulations to her. Next out, I think we've got one that we talk about just a good look ahead of his blade, tall shoulder, but still has that skull, has that stoutness of jaw. He's got the big limbs. Needs to make him just a little bit more authoritative when I get right in behind him. But the young lady's lightweight here is going to be next. Congratulations to her. Next out, we talk about having to have that skeleton first, that comfort level out here on the surface, the right kind of angles out of both ends. This one I think certainly does that. The young lady here in front of me is going to be next out. Congratulations, sir. For our final spot, fourth overall, my compliments to all of our bear exhibitors. The quality simply speaks for itself. The 12th out, one that big feet, big bones, one that I think needs to be just a little stouter in terms of, or a little stronger, excuse me, in terms of that front pastern set. But a bear that's got power, hip and hind leg, still attractive. 12th out's going to be the young lady's other all black bear down there against Ray. Let's give her a good round of applause.
Your overall Barrow Championship drive, champion Market Barrow, Emma Wheeler. That was her sponsor was FCB Volunteer Fire Department, Coatesville. Reserve champion Market Barrow was Adeline Edgley. The employees of Kraft Heinz also sponsored hers. Third overall was Ava Miller. Fourth, Brody Wheeler. Fifth, Carter Yoder. Sixth, Lucas Croft. 7th, Eloise Edgley. 8th, Hensley Hayes. 9th, Avery Lindsay. 10th, Eliza Fender. 11th, Shiloh Kinsel. And 12th, Kennedy Patterson.
First call for first class, Aaron Freshwater, and Water, Alicia Day,
The class that's going to be entering the ring is class 1 of single gilt. This class is sponsored by FCB Volunteer Fire Department, Coatesville. Reminder that there are still sign-ups for the Old Timer Showmanship if anyone would like to sign up. It will be right after the market show. Now purchase 3 Olivia Day. We're ready for Hills, Richard, Lewis, Crystal Ford, James Hadley, Toby Nixon, Albertson, Colby Moore, Blair,
I'm just walking around. I don't know where Nova's going. I don't see. That's where he was.
Really nice way to start off for a guild show. Sixth in this particular class will be the young man right here closest to me. Exotic looking one there ahead of her blade, tall shouldered, level in her spine. Good, really good in terms of muscle shape and dimension. Just needs to be stouter and just denser in terms of the upper side of her skeleton and down to the center part of her body. Likely will come with a little bit of maturity there. Next is going to be the all black one here for this young lady. Great body shape, one that's athletic in terms of her skeleton, just needs more spread and muscularity up high, down through the center part of her body to move her up any higher. Next comes the young lady here in front of me, another one, shapely when I get right up on top of her, big hip and stifle, a really neat design there ahead of her blade. Gets just a little stronger in her spine, just a little rounder about her hip and hind leg, but I like some things there. Just need to just blend that one a little bit better in terms of hip and hind leg to move her up any higher. Excuse me. Next is going to be a young lady here, another one, good body shape, level spine, good hip and hind leg. There again, we just got to find a little bit more just density and feature and bone and foot to move her up any higher in this particular drive. And then we'll round out with a young man here, another one, gets a little more tubular, through the center part of her body, exotic ahead of her blade, just need to densen that one up, give her just more forward and flank to move her up any higher. Nice way to get started. My compliments to those exhibitors. Well, as I alluded to, a nice way to start off our guild show, and I think a real logical class here with the young man there at the far end of the ring. Love the way that was put together proportionally from the side in terms of height to shoulder, levelness to spine, really correct in terms of hip and hind leg. And then to be at this type of immature stage to still have that type of skull and forearm and stoutness of hip and stifle when I get in behind her, that certainly is what elevates her to the top of the drive. She's square, she comes and goes. She's got the right kind of angles, the right kind of lower structure. A real nice class winner. Congratulations to him. That man is going to be in second. One that offers maybe a little more rugged type of bone and foot compared to our class winner. Just isn't square enough when he comes. She comes right at me equally. When she goes right away, she starts to push the limit for me in terms of the squareness of hock to the outside of her skeleton. But that one's got a neat look up front, real big and fresh on the upper side of her skeleton. We just got a picture there as she comes and goes to move her up any higher. Young lady's belted guilt there now in the corner that's going to be in third. Not just the natural look she has in terms of height to shoulder, levelness to spine, correctness to hip and hind leg. Of our top trio, she's the frailest in terms of her bone work. She's the frailest in terms of her feature. We've got to get her heavier in her bone, bigger in her foot size to move her up in this particular drive. Young man, narrow belted guilt that's going to be in fourth. One that does offer just a little bit more just three-dimensional build in terms of muscularity, hip and stifle, a big hind leg. That one just gets more upright and forward in terms of the way her front shoulder is constructed. In turn, that makes her more tubular in terms of her body. Gets just a little jammed up there in her hand-loin junction, but I like her bone work and her natural stoutness, her feature and skull. the fifth place individual there, another one good built from the side in terms of length of front, height of shoulder. Just needs to be stouter about her skull, more dense about how she's built in the center part of her body. But a really nice set of gilts from top to bottom. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 1 single gilt. In 10th, Ada Slaughter, Country Kid. In 9th, Isabel Maurer, Ridgewood FFA. In 8th, Olivia Day, Country Kid. In 7th, Nevaeh Mass, Millboard Valley. In 6th, Aaron Freshwater, Country Guys and Gals. In 5th, Jaden Krebs, Country Guys and Gals. In 4th, Cooper Alverson, Active Achievers. In 3rd, Riley McKee, winner. In 2nd, Braden Duncan, Ridge Runner. In 1st, Miles Campus, Tyler Challenger. In the ring now is a Class 2 single gilt. I'm going to take a minute and introduce our judge again. Matthew Knott resides in southern Union County, Ohio, with his wife, Megan, stepson, Xander, and son, Abram. Matthew is very active in his family's show pig business, where he specializes in breeding and placement of young show pigs. He is a sales consultant for the Knott Show Feed, which is a winter show feed distributor located in Woodstock, Ohio. Matthew also supports his wife's livestock skin and hair business, State Rep. Matthew has been judging pig shows and assisting with show pig selection, feeding, and show assist skills for over 15 years in a dozen of counties around Ohio and several other states. He always looks forward to the opportunity to see youth from around the country driving quality show pigs in competition from inside the ring. The Coshocton County Agricultural Society would like to thank the following major sponsors of the 2025 fair on behalf of our many organizations, including 4-H, FFA, Scouts, Range, and Junior Grade, Buckeye Bride, Lab Farm, Coshocton Elks, Holmes Reynolds, Genesis Healthcare, IRC Reynolds, Coshocton American Legion, Home Loan Savings Bank, Coshocton County Board of Commissioners, Ag Pro Zanesville, Coshocton Mayor Mark Mills, and staff, Hard Oil Company, William Albert Excavating, National Lime and Stone, Selling Materials, Kimball Companies, Coshocton Materials, Hathaway Inc., Ohio Department of Agriculture, Phillips A. Wagner Companies, and the Coshocton Board of DD.
Just a little more give and take here on the top end of this class, and mainly just differences of type and kind. Started with a young man's full belted gill, or long belted gill here in the center bar of the ring. One that simply just overpowers from the in terms of bone and foot and natural feature. That one is big in terms of her hind legs. She squares, they get right in behind her. She does the same as she comes right at me in terms of forearm and blade and stoutness of chest. She's got the right kind of body. She matches with that good fresh muscle and that big back as they get right up on top of her. I'd like to reconstruct the front 2/3 ever so slightly. Make that one's head and neck simply come higher on the top side of her blade, and that would just allow her to blend a little more genuinely from the side, but an overpowering one in terms of bone and foot and natural feature. Young man that's going to be in second one. They're all black gilled. Another one fresh and big on the upper side of her skeleton. I like the size of that one's arm and blade as well. Compared to our class winner, just doesn't have as much bone and foot, natural feature right there at the ground, but one that's still attractive with the right kind of body shape. I appreciate that one's hip and hind leg structure as well. Young man that's going to be in third, another one. Love the way this one's built in terms of her natural silhouette, her blade and the top of her shoulder. She's flat on her spine, good about her hip and hind leg. Compared to the two that came ahead of her, that one just doesn't have enough when she comes right at me equally. It narrows up when she goes right away right there at the ground. I just want to find more horsepower when I get right up on top of her, but a really good built one from the side, a functional one in terms of her motion. Love the center body match this Berkshire Beer and Gill has in terms of just pliability, depth of forerib and flank. That one gets just a little softer in her spine, just a little more jammed up in terms of her ham-loin junction. Like to give her just a shot more bone to go along with all that body shape. Another one here, just good raw muscle in terms of hip and cycle and back shape. One that's got the right kind of scar and jawline, just gets more upright out of either end of her skeleton. I want to just allow her just to be more comfortable, more angular, and that'll allow her to ride and plant with a little more true authority. The lady that comes out next, one that does have more just simply back shape, hip and cycle, just has more raw muscle there at the ground though, just doesn't have as much bone and foot and spread compared to the ones that came ahead of her. Gets a little softer on those front feet as well, and just throws her out of balance there in the front 2/3 of her body. Then around that with a pair of our Berkshire pairing ones, the young man here, one that has that neat look from the side in terms of angles and levelness, one that just needs more punch when I get right up on top of her. Similarly with the young lady around out with a little more upright in her shoulder, a little more forward, but has some raw muscularity to work with. We just got to make her more comfortable in terms of how she plants and drives. But a really good top 5 there in that particular class. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Your placings are Class 2 single gilt. In 8th place, Aiden Blair, Superior Livestock. In 7th place, Colton Moore, winner. In 6th place, Marissa Lewis, Riverview FFA. In 5th place, Jace Inlake, Bridge Runner. In 4th place, Bristol Short, Pally Challenger. In 3rd place, Cole Fender, Ridge Runner. 2nd place, Landon Alverson, Active Achievers. And in 1st place, Taylor Richards, Key Hungry Kid. If you want to support the Junior Fair team, please come on out to the Sales Champions and Junior Fair Livestock Sale on Thursday at 5:30. In the ring now is Class 3 single gilt. Another reminder that Old Timer Showmanship is still up to sign up for.
Your family here. You guys are my only family. Things are happening. That was a mistake.
Well, certainly my compliments to our young people in this class. The classes, these pigs are a little bit done being so pigs here for the day, but my compliments, they're out here working incredibly hard and getting them driven the best way that they can. Sixth in this particular class is going to be the young man here in the, the taller individual right here in the blue checkers with our narrow belted yield. Love just the way that was built from the side, the comfort of her lower skeleton as they get right up on her, though. That one just needs more spread, natural horsepower from the top side of her skeleton all the way down and just blend down to the center part of her body. But a really good build from there. Next is going to be young lady Duroc Gill, just an exotic looking one from the side in terms of length of front, height of shoulder. We've got stouting her up to the center part of her body. Just give that one just more spread and pliability, but a really unique one to look at in terms of the front 2/3 of her body. Young lady here in the pink is going to be next. Another one, sound and functional. Doesn't offer a whole lot of holes there. We've just got to give that one more power and more width as we get right on the upper side of her skeleton. The young man here that comes next, another one has a little bit more of that hip and stifle natural spread. We've got to blend that hip and hind leg, gets a little bit more rounded, gets just a little bit flavor there at the ground. Then we round out with this smaller young man here in the blue, another one that's got a good design, just needs to have more stoutness in center body in terms of forward and flank. Then move up any higher. But certainly my compliments to those kiddos working incredibly hard. Let's give them a good round of applause. Pretty nice place to start this class with our red belted gilt there for that young lady. Love the way that she's built from the side in terms of her natural silhouette, her height of shoulder, her extension up front, but that one's still got power when you dig into her in terms of her blade, her forearm, the width of her skull, and when you get in behind her for this particular weight and maturity, that one offers enough spread and packs enough punch. If I could make her just a little bit stronger on those front pasterns to be ideal, but that's one that I think is really unique in terms of just the silhouette that she gives you and how proportional she's able to be as we put her into motion from the side. The all black gilt is going to be in second. Certainly the power hog of this particular drive and just stoutness of feature, rugged bone and foot. She's got that big back. For me, I've got to balance her a little bit better in the front 2/3 of her body. She gets shorter from nose to blade. She gets just a little crusty there at the top of her neck and at the peak of her neck. I just like to extend her there, lengthen that hip and allow that hind leg to just simply be a little more mobile, but that is a big hind leg, stout-bodied one, has the right kind of muscularity. A very nice second place individual. Young man with our Tamworth Imperium one is a red-up-eared one that's going to be in third. Another one, awesome body shape, big spread up high, a stout, rugged skull. Didn't think that one had quite as much bone work and natural foot size there at the ground compared to her contemporaries, but I love the pliability of her body, like that depth of forward and flank. Another nice third-place gilt. The young lady here that's going to be in fourth, another one, good body, Great kind of shape when they get right up on top of her. Gets a little fragile about her bone work as a builder from the ground up. I thought that one offered more chest and more width from hock to hock compared to our young man that was fifth. Awesome body cavity, stout kind of skull, that gilded fifth, just closed up in her chest, closed up in her hock. Too much that she came and went, but a nice class of gilts. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors.
The results from Class 3 single gilt: in 10th place, Oliver Winry. Bridge runners in 9th place, Quentin McDonald, Mohawk Valley. In 8th place, Alice Winry, Bridge runners. In 7th place, Madison Bell, Future Leaders. In 6th place, Garrett Stevens, Teen Country Kids. In 5th place, Gabe Stevens, Teen Country Kids. In 4th place, Charlie Conkle, Lucky Learner. In 3rd place, Daniel Short, Twilight Challengers. In 2nd place, Addison Alverson, Active Achievers. And in 1st place, the Laura Waldrick, Riverview FFA. The class now in the ring is Class 4 single gilt. We're ready for Class 5 gilt.
Well, we certainly step it up just a notch in this particular class in terms of depth and quality. Sixth in this drive is going to be the young lady Berkshire Bearing Guild here in the yellow. One that I love, that one center body match that she gives me from the side in terms of depth of form and flank. She's adequate when I get up on top of her in terms of spread. She comes at me with adequate width, leads me the same way. I really like the balance that she presents when we start talking about design and function from the side. A nice sixth place guild. Congratulations to her. Seventh is going to be our other young lady here in the green. Very similar with our polka dotted gilt. Love the way that one's built in terms of her freshness, her extension, the way that one's able to blend in terms of blade and forearm, levelness of spine, correctness of hip and hind leg. Compared to her contemporaries, we've got to just make her stouter in terms of her bone work and her foot size there at the ground to move her up any higher, but a lot of quality in that gilt as well. Next is going to be our long belted gilt for this young man, and talk about rawness and just shape and spread. That one can offer you some of that. For me, of our top end, that one's the more tubular, drier bodied one. When they get right up on top of her, I'd like to just add more, just turn to the upper side of her rib, make her softer in terms of her forerib and her flank. There again, to move her up any higher. Next will be our other belted gilt, for the young man in the blue and white. Another one's good built piece of livestock in terms of body shape and dimension. Just doesn't have as much punch in terms of horsepower when I get right up on top of her compared to her contemporaries. Then we round out with the young man here in front of me. Another one has a little bit more muscle muscularity in terms of blade and form, just needs to blend better as they step off to the side in terms of head and neck and lower skeleton. But another nice group here on the bottom, and let's give them a good round of applause.
The result.
I got my screw on it. And I know he can't keep up with me. I know that. Slow.
Well, an interesting pair here on the top end of this class. My compliments to these young men working incredibly hard with these gilts. I landed on the calico gilt to start, one that I thought was the right blend of power and bone and feature while still having that blend from the side that I like to see. A tall-shouldered, extended one out front. Gets just a little bit tight in her jawline for me, but still has the skull to go the distance. She's fresh and square on the top side of her skeleton. She's got that big old hind leg. She blends very well in terms of her hip and hind leg. I want to square her up as I get right in behind her in terms of how she comes from the hock from her hot to her ankle, but there's a lot of quality in that young man's guild. Congratulations to him. Young man with our belted guild here in front of me that's going to be in second. I love to find that big square back that she has. She's fresh, she's three-dimensional. She's got that really good turn to the upper side of her ribs. Along with that, she's attractive as well as her blade. She as well has that type of skull shape that I like to see. I didn't read her quite as just good built in terms of her hip and hind leg. She gets just a little more upright in terms of her hips and her hocks. Gets just a little bit more jammed up in terms of her hand-wide junction. But a ton of bone, an awesome kind of body shape, a lot of quality in that second place guild. Congratulations to him. Young lady that's going to be in third down there on the rail. Love the squareness of that one, center body. I mean, big back, great turn to the upper side of her rib. Maybe as good of a square body one as we've seen so far today. Still attractive, still fresh. She's the frailest of our top five in terms of just overall bone and foot. I'd like to just add just a little bit of feature and rugged bone in that young lady's guild to move her up any higher, but a lot of quality there to talk about. Our all-black guild that comes in fourth, that's one that maybe does offer just a little bit more bone and foot and blade and forearm. I gotta make her more comfortable and just blend her more when we put her into motion. She gets more just the A-frame when she comes right at me and turns her chest down to her front feet. She starts to labor just a little bit more consistently out of her hip and hind leg, but that is a stout skull, big back one. I just need to make her go better as we put her into motion, but a lot of good things to talk about there. Coming around that with heavy bone, big footed kind of a rascal, opens up into a stout blade and forearm and a big old square chest. She's the most tubular of our top five in terms of center body. And then when we get right in behind her, I just want to square her up in her hop, get her back in the playing field, and she comes right or goes right away from me. But a lot of quality there yet again. Good parts and pieces in that class. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Your results from class 4, single guilt. In 10th place, Braxton Smith, Active Achievers. In 9th place, Gavin Williams, Country Kids. In 8th place, Jacob Arnold, Country Kids. In 7th place, Brindley Conrad, Winner. In 6th place, Alexandria Miller, Active Achievers. In 5th place, Wesley Buxton, Premium Ag Kids. In 4th place, Bodie Richards, Teen Country Kids. In 3rd place, Bexley Concours, Lucky Learners. In 2nd place, Grayson Baber, Kelly Challengers. In the 1st place, Ryder Timberlake, Country Guys and Gals. In the ring now is single guild class 5.
so we can find those unique pieces as we work from top to bottom. Sixth in this particular class is going to be a young lady there in the black shirt. When we talk about unique pieces in terms of bone and foot and stoutness of feature, that one certainly can do those things for you. A stout skull with a really exotic kind of jawline. For me, it's her comfort level as we get around here on the move. She gets a little stronger in her spine, just wants to push that hock and that hip just out a little more uncomfortably as she strides. If I can bring her inside and loosen that spine, there's a big back and there's a good kind of body shape there. Got to make her more comfortable, more balanced when we put her into motion, but one that certainly can do some unique things for you. Seventh, excuse me, is going to be the young lady's guild here. I know she's got an injury there on that left side, but one that does some unique things in terms of bone and foot, stoutness of skull. Still got that big blade, that big chest, still fresh when we get right up on top of her. One, the young lady, I would like to see that one without that, but hey, this is the straw that we've drawn. Still a very nice skill there to be in seventh. Next will be the young lady here with our calico, another soft-bodied, loose skeleton one. Has some hip and stifle when I get right in behind her. Has some stoutness of skull when she comes right at me. I've just got to balance her a little better. She gets a little around her hip, just a little bit past her prime there at the top of her crest. But one that's certainly loose about her skeleton, pliable and athletic. Next is going to be the gilt right here in front of me. Heavy bone, big-footed, unique in terms of skull and jawline. That one's got those big limbs, but then gets just more tubular than the center part of her body. I'd like to just open her up in terms of how I find her body shape. When I get right up on top of her, she gets a little flatter sided there, but one that certainly has some of those intangibles in terms of feature and bone and foot. Round out with the young man's gilt there, another one, loose and athletic, just needs to be stouter in terms of that hip and hind leg, needs to just find more power and muscularity when they get right up on top of her. But another nice gilt to round out a class, like I said, we can certainly find some of those unique pieces. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors as they go back to their pens. Well, we're leaving logical too, man. A little bit close now. The logical place to start for me with the young lady there, Belsey Gilt there on the far end of the ring. One that's just so powerful and dense in terms of her moderate build. She's big on the upper side of her skeleton. Love the way she blends down into that stout kind of center body. She's got that blade and that chest and that front leg that you love to see. Stout about her skull, rugged about her jawline, still attractive as we evaluate her from blade forward. That one packs a major punch when you get right in behind her, and I'll be the first to admit, she pushes the limits for me, but her ability to still reach and go and have that proper angulation, that's where she starts to drive. I think a very nice deal to start. Young man that's going to be in second, that one I like a lot of things about. That one's so good in terms of blade and forearm squareness off of either end and comes at you wide. These are the same way. Maybe even just a little more uniquely attractive ahead of her blade compared to our gilt that starts to drive. Ultimately, when I get up on top of her, I just didn't find as much the spread and natural horsepower compared to our young lady that wins the drive, but a lot of positives there. Love the way that one comes at me. Love the way she leads me. The really unique one comes in third for this young lady, and we talk about bone and foot and stoutness of feature. She does all those things. That's a stout skull with a really, really unique look ahead of her blade. Gets just a little bit domed about her skull for me. I'd like to reconstruct that one's head and neck, allow her to come higher on the top side of her blade, make her fresher in terms of how her face is constructed, but ultimately that one gets just flatter in terms of her rib, just a little more dried up in terms of her center body compared to her contemporaries in 1 and 2, but a big boned one with big feet, wide and square off either end. A very nice third place skill amongst those two that came ahead of us. Young lady that's going to be in fourth, another one, stout bone, big footed. It's just a little bit plainer in her overall build compared to her contemporaries. She's a more nondescript when we get right up on top of her. And I just want to open her up when she comes and goes. Give her a stouter blade, but that one's got the right kind of skull, the right kind of bone work, a nice fourth place skill. Round out with the young man's Berkshire gilt, sound uncomfortable. Love the way that one's constructed from the side in terms of balance and design. That one's got the big limbs to go with it. She closes up when she comes at me. She closes up a little more, she goes right away. Need to pack a little more of a punch with that one, but a really unique class from top to bottom there in that top 5. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results are the Class 5 single gilt. In 10th place, Bergen Strickland, Magic Maker. In 9th place, Tyler Thompson, Superior Livestock. In 7th place, Kennedy Patterson. In 8th place, Bentley Russell, River FFA. In 7th place, Kennedy Patterson, King Junior Farmers. In 6th place, Paisley Redis, River FFA. In 5th place, Camden Strickland winner. In 4th place, Brant Lindsay, Magic Makers. In 3rd place, Peyton Shears, River FFA. In 2nd place, Kate Redis, River FFA. In 1st place, Ava Miller, Magic Makers. Now in the ring is Class 6, single gilt.
Yeah, I understand.
So we certainly start to get a little more maturity and some of that unique power and stoutness as we work into some of these heavier weights. And we've got 5 minutes. It's going to be exciting to pick back through. But 6th in this particular class is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. Love the natural build that one has from the side. The angles, the parts, and the pieces, they fit together. That one still has the right kind of center body mass. Just needs off for more bone and put right there at the ground compared to her contemporaries that we find in the pins. Next in 7th is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. Exotic looking one from the side in terms of how that one's front 2/3 is constructed. Long fronted, tall shouldered, level about her spine. Just doesn't have quite as much horsepower when they get right up on top of her. Probably just doesn't have quite as much bone and foot when I read her right there at the ground. But one that's got that nice long stride, that really neat look from the side. The young man that comes next here in front of me, another one that's very well presented. Gets just a little more stilty and upright out of either end of her skeleton. I'd like to relax that shoulder blade. Do the same with that hip and hind leg. That one's got some skull. That one's got a big forearm. We just got to blend her a little bit better. Give her just a shot more center body punch. Sitting in with a handful of those in the pins. Here around out with the young lady's predominantly black one here. Awesome center body, loose in terms of skeleton and athleticism. We just got to give that one more raw muscularity, more three-dimensional power as we evaluate her from the top side of her skeleton down. But my compliments to those exhibitors as they go back to the pins. Please give them a good round of applause. A really exciting class winner for the young lady here in the pink. Love the way that one's built from the side. That one's height to shoulder. Her really, really neat look that she has ahead of her blade, but yet she comes at you with that big skull, that stout kind of forearm. Her chest floor is where it needs to be, and then to build her back from there, the way she goes right in behind her shoulder into that big, trusty kind of back with the right kind of ditch and freshness and definition of muscle. And then she's got that big hip and hind leg and is able to handle it as we put her into motion. Love Love the way she proportions from the side. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations to her. Young lady that's going to be in second, one that certainly does offer a little more of that uniqueness in terms of just a big foot and awesome kind of big hind leg, and that one certainly does that. She's three-dimensional in terms of the upper side of her skeleton. She's got that hip and stifle. I just didn't think she balanced quite as well. Ultimately, she closed up just a little bit more when she came right at me. Similarly, as she goes right away, I didn't think she was constructed quite as elitely in terms of the front two-thirds of her body. I'd like that head and neck to just be lengthened and come out just a little higher on the top side of her blade, but a ton of unique kind of positives there in terms of power and features. Young lady black headed yoke that comes next, that is just one of those good, stout, powerful hogs that's got a square body, a big back, the right kind of hip and hind leg. For the amount of mass and power that she does have, I like to stout her in the bone work, give her just a bigger foot to contend with these contemporaries, but she's still attractive about her head and neck, big about her blade. Love the way she opens up. Want to just make her a little bit stouter in her bone work to be more competitive amongst the top 3 or 4. Next is going to come the young man with a red belt or different colored gilt, I should say. Love the way that was built from the side. She gives you the skull, she gives you the forearm. That was just a good built, free one. As long as she comes and goes, we just got to give her more on the base of her chest. We've got to open her up with more spread and horsepower when I get right up on top of her. But a sound functional one with a good look. The belt is getting round out with a little more moderate in her build for me in terms of just air underneath her, but that one packs a punch in terms of spread, muscularity, body shape, and power. I want to make her fresher about her head and neck. I want to make her stronger on her front pastern. But that one's certainly one that I love. The cavity, the amount of muscle she has up high. Want to just make her a little bigger in overall kind as well. But a really nice top 5 there. My compliments to those exhibitors. Please give them a good round of applause.
Your final results for Class 6 single gilt. In 9th place, Piper English, Country Kids. In 8th place, Leighton Massey, Magic Makers. 7th place, Tammy Kinzer, Superior Livestock. 6th place, Hannah Bratton, Hamilton Valley House Hustlers. 5th place, Cadence and Lakes Ridge Runners. 4th place, Jake Redis, Tri-Life Challenges. 3rd place, Sylvie Mullet, Ridge Runners. 2nd place, Carly Hindle, Premium Ag Kids. 1st place, Ellie Inslee, Go Getters. Now in the ring is Class 7 single gilt.
Well, looks to be an exceptional class yet again from top to bottom. A very intriguing five that we're going to rework, but I think some really high quality ones yet that we're going to have in our 6 to 10 group, and just sometimes the way it falls in terms of that weight break and that quality. 6 is going to be the young lady right here in front of me. That is an absolute workhorse in terms of skeletal build, bone and foot. That one's stoutness of feature is wild, and honestly, if you're looking for a breeding, that may be one you want to take a peek at, because her angles are great. She's opened up as she comes and goes. I just thought that one was just a little bit fit past her prime, a little more common in terms of her head and neck, a little just more right there in terms of her crest. I want to freshen that one up, but there's so much volume and power there that Gilson I do like a lot of things about. The young man that here is going to be next here in 7th, and a neat looking one in terms of the extension and head and neck, a big arm and a blade, a big hip and hind leg, one that gets just a little flatter in terms of her rib cage as they get right up on top of her. She gets just a little flatter about her skull when I step off to the side. If I can make that one's head and neck just come higher on the top side of her blade. But man, that one has got a big arm and a big front foot. A lot of good things in that young man's guild as well. Next is going to be the young lady here in front of me. One that does have a little more of that raw freshness, big hip and stifle. That one just runs out of gas in terms of bone and foot compared to a few of these contemporaries. One that her blade, just wants to roll forward. I've got to make that one more angular, more comfortable there to move her up any higher. Next is going to be the young man here, a soft, athletic, pliable kind of body. One that just needs to be stouter in her overall bone work. Just a little bit plainer there in her throat latch to move her up any higher. Similarly with the young man here in front of me, another one that's got that frame score, has some of that natural silhouette. We've got to make her stouter from the ground up in terms of feature and overall bone work to move her up higher. But a really unique kind of a class will be an interesting top 5. Let's give these young people from 6 to 10 a good round of applause as they go back to the bench. incredible top 5 set of gilts here and so many good conversation pieces amongst all 5 of them. All 5 of these exhibitors should absolutely be commended because, I'm blessed to travel a lot of miles and I'm hard pressed to find 5 gilts, let alone in the ring at the same time in one place, but even to find ones that are that good sometimes to start a show with. So absolutely to my compliments to each one of those exhibitors. And there's good conversation pieces amongst them though. For me though, this was the one we needed to start with because she's the one that's just so powerful in terms of the upper side of her skeleton. I love the height to length ratio that she has as I step off to the side of her. She's tall shouldered, she's extended up front, but yet at the same time she's got that stout kind of mug. Her blade and her forearm is where she is truly unique. She is just so wide and dense there. And ultimately though, and I think the deciding factor between first and second is I thought that one's hip and the hind leg was simply longer hip. I think that one had simply a better angle to her hind leg and that allowed her to plant and go with more true authority. I think a very nice one to start. Congratulations to that young man. Taking nothing away from our young lady in second and taking nothing away from any of these as we work down through them. This one is an absolute freak in terms of bone and foot. You talk about just circumference of bone, squareness of toe, awesome kind of foot quality. That young lady still does all of those things. That one's skull is genuine, so unique in how that one is ahead of her blade and maybe a little better there than our class winner. You get outside of her skeleton, she's unique in terms of spread and fresh muscularity. Didn't think she was quite as long a hip as I stepped off to the side. I don't think she has quite as much flex to that hind leg comparatively to our class winner, but an awesome gilt to be in second. Like a lot of things about our young ladies gilt in third and similar to some of the things we talk about with our gilts in 1 and 2, this one from center body forward is wild in terms of blade and forearm, natural chest floor, how that one is so up-headed and her ability to have that head and neck come so high on the top side of her blade. I didn't think her hip was constructed as well as the ones in 1 and 2. She gets shorter hip, she gets more jammed up in her hand one junction, and because of that, she wants to just close up and not flex that hind leg in the proper manner. I also didn't think she was quite as heavy structured from the ground up compared to the 2 that came ahead of her. The man that comes next, another one wild in terms of bone and foot, unique in terms of skull and design, fresh about that one's appearance when I get up on the top side of her skeleton. Awesome kind of body shape. That one just doesn't have as much mobility when I get right in behind her. She's shorter about her hip. She's more restricted in terms of her hot set, but there is a lot of neat things to talk about with that gilt as well. Round out with another really neat looking one that's stout skull but still extended ahead of her blade. Big chest, wide as she goes away. I've got to make that one more genuine on both ends. She's flatter about her front feet. She starts to push the limit when they get right in behind her. A lot of unique things there in terms of back shape and a good design. We mainly got to just make her better right there at the ground. An awesome set of gilts there in that top 5. My compliments to each one of the exhibitors. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Results in class 7 single gilt. In 10th place, Justin Miser, Progressive Livestock. 9th place, Mason Hess, Ridge Runners. 8th place, Baron Bullet, Ridge Runners. 7th place, Laramie Massey, Magic Makers. 6th place, Charlotte Pinto, Mohawk Valley. 5th place, Bristol Glancing, winner. 4th place, Lucas Cross, King Country Kid. 3rd place, Adeline Ensley, Teen Junior Farmers. 2nd place, Hensley Hayes, Mohawk Valley. In 1st place, Brody Wheeler, Progressive Livestock. Now in the ring is class 8 single gilt.
another really high quality group of gilts, what I believe is our last class. And my compliments to those exhibitors, keeping them fresh, keeping them looking right as they should in terms of show ring preference at this weight. The sixth in this particular class is going to be the young man blue saddle gilt right here in front of me. I love that one's hip and hind leg, the kind of forerib and flank that she possesses. I find her just a little more nondescript when I get right up on top of her. She wants to just close up a little more, and she comes right at me as well. The one that has a ton of quality there in terms of skull, natural body shape, and a big hip and hind leg. Next is going to be the young man over against the rail there. Another one, big hip, big stifle, opened up on the upper side of her skeleton with that big arm and that stout kind of skull. It's just a little bit more shallow in terms of that one's full rib and flank as well. I'd like to just blend that one a little bit better there ahead of her blade as well. Make her just a shot more attractive. Square up as she comes right at me. But a really nice gilt there to be in 7. Next will be the young lady's Harrier gilt here against the rail. I like that one's just natural feature, stoutness of blade, a big old skull laid into her, one that's so just comfortable in her own skin and her own skeleton as we put her out here. I just need to freshen her there at the top of her spine, at her crest, give that just a shot more genuine muscle to go along with it. Next will be the young lady's gilt dead ahead from me. Big blade, stout skull, big hip and hind leg. Need to just allow that one to hit the ground with a little bit more genuine authority, just to find those hind legs to move the earth and hit a little more solidly. I want to get just a little bit more side to side as she plants and goes. Then we ran out with the young man's gilt, big outline, neat looking from the side. Just simply wants to close up as she comes at me, close up as she goes away. Need to give her just a shot more overall muscularity from the top side of her skeleton down. But a nice set of gilts there in 6 to 10. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors.
We're ready for the first stage of goat. 474 miles Hannah, 331 Kilo Richard, 4 is Gloria Wardley, 197 Briar Timberland, 109 Ellie Ensley, 433 Brody Wheeler,
Well, I think so much quality in this top 5, much similar. It's very similar to the class that we just finished over on the other side. I think a logical place to start with the young ladies guild here right ahead of me. One from center body forward is where she wins the drive. Her height, the shoulder, her levelness of spine. That one in terms of how her head and neck is constructed. Tall out of the point of her shoulder, unique in terms of the skull shape that she has, but still to have that kind of a very genuine, kind of a jawline, really authentic there. Big chested, big forearm. As we build her back from there, that one's got that big highlight to go along with it. It's a little shorter hip than ideal, like a loosener up there in her heart to go along with it, but a ton of positive to start this particular class. The other lady's bigger guilt that's going to be in second, and that one has a wild kind of center body. And like maybe just a little much for me at times, and I think that takes away from her balance. That one's still really attractive about her head and neck, a little straighter and more upright in terms of her front shoulder, but yet she still has the ability to open up with a fresh back, big hip and hind leg. Maybe they want to just kind of reconstruct that knee and that blade to make her more angular there, but that's a really neat one to be in second as well. The young man's all black guilt that's going to be in third. Big back, fresh muscles. I love her natural appearance. I love her natural length of front. Of our top 3, that one's the more flat-sided, shallow one. That one's probably also the more frailer in terms of just overall bone work and foot size. But that one's got a big hip, big stifle, big blade. We just got to blend that body shape in between to go along with those unique pieces and features that she offers. The blue guilt that's going to be in fourth. Another one, just good built kind of livestock in terms of big hip, big back, the right kind of center body. She as well gets just a little past her prime there in the front 2/3 of her body. Gets just a little bit more upright in terms of her blade and forearm, but a really nice blue gilt there for that young lady. Round out with our young lady here, another one really good in terms of freshness and muscularity. I love that one's height to length ratio to go along with it. We just got to make her more comfortable in terms of her angles, more comfortable in terms of how she hits and plants on the surface. But a really nice gilt to round out that top 5. Let's give them a good round of applause if you would.
I think.
Your results from Class 8, single gilt. 10th place, Jordan Miser, Progressive Livestock. 9th, Vera Degerich, Country Kid. 8th, Lucas Sheets, King Junior Farmer. 7th, Brooklyn Look Beyond. 6th, Corbin Smith, Active Achievers. 5th, Lucy Bamer, Twilight Challengers. 4th, Marley Bamer, Twilight Challengers. 3rd, Grayson Ensley, King Junior Farmer. 2nd, Daisy Hawthorne, winner. In the 1st place, Emma Wheeler, Progressive Livestock.
It's a little easier from this side.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together and let's congratulate once again our guild class winners as we get them back out here. What an awesome guild show it's been, similar to our Barrow side. We drop a few of these in, and the consistency and the quality runs incredibly deep. That being said, there are maybe a handful there on that top end that are just extra wild, and my compliments to those exhibitors on bringing those to the ring. But I think it comes down between a handful of these, and it's because of balance, it's because of quality, it's because of angles and building good structure. And then there's a hand we can definitely talk about the different wild things that they can do in terms of bone or spread or feature, any of those kind of things. But ultimately, where you have to come back to zero is they've got to start with the right skeleton, they've got to start with the right angles, and this set of gilts does exactly that for me. The one that's going to be champion is the one that just pushes those limits, that takes that good skeleton and is still so big in terms of blade and form, awesome in terms of chest, matches with that big, fresh, kind of orchestrated back, and is still having that awesome, attractive look from the side in that big ring package. That's going to be the young man here in front of me. Congratulations to him. As we start to evaluate for reserve, a lot of different parts and pieces, a lot of good conversation pieces. Though, with that being said, there's another one that's going to follow our champion in terms of bone and foot and rugged kind of feature, an exotic look ahead of her blade. Didn't know that this one was just quite as bendy in that hind leg, but there's so much quality there. Not going to break him up. The young lady's second place guild is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her. For third overall, we're going to have one that I absolutely love. This one's built from the side. I don't know that you can make one better in terms of height of shoulder, extension of front. The way this one's head and neck ties into the top side of her blade, her back, her body shape is exceptional. Wasn't quite sure compared to the two contemporaries ahead of her that she had quite as much bone in her foot right there at the ground, but that's being awful critical. The young lady in the pink is going to have third out. Congratulations to her. For both out, I think we've got another one that is so unique in terms of how this one's built up front. It's hard to make them right the front 2/3 of their body in terms of skull and making them stout-bladed and big armed and big chested, but still keeping everything in check and comfortable and having that right angle. I think this one does that incredibly well. One that's big backed and then matches when they get in behind her. Wasn't quite sure if she blended through that ham loin as well as the ones that came ahead of her, but I think one that absolutely needs to come next. That's going to be the young lady here in front of me. Congratulations to her. For this out, I know it sounds redundant yet again, but another one that I'm drawn to in terms of how the front 2/3 of this animal is constructed. Big arm, monster chest when she comes right at me. She matches with that shape and that spread and that turn to the upper side of her rib. This overall is going to be the young lady here in the Vernor. Congratulations to her.
Aligning the center, kind of a roll pattern.
For 6 overall, there's one that I continue to be drawn back to, and I remember this one from that particular class in terms of being that awesome chested one, that one that's so genuine as I get right in behind her. Very similar things we talked about with the gilts that came ahead of her. Don't know that that one had quite as much punch right there at the ground compared to the 5 that came ahead of her. But the young man right here in front of me is going to have 6 out. Let's give him a good round of applause. So much quality still remains as we start talking about 7th and good pieces. It's just simply how they come together and how they blend in terms of design and build. I think there's one that does that exactly like that from the side. Your lightweight is going to be 7th out. Let's give that young man a good round of applause. Great overall, there's one that I simply think overpowers in terms of body shape, bone work, still has that freshness of design, still has the right kind of muscle shape up high. The young big yield in the pink is going to be 8th out. Congratulations to her. For 9th and 10th, so many deserving individuals, ones that are stout featured, their bone work is good, their foot size is large, and they've got that unique look from the side. The one that I think puts that together next best is going to be the young man's calico gill right here in front of me. Let's congratulate him on 9th overall. Yep, second. For 10th overall, another one just excessive in terms of bone and foot, still square, still comfortable. Just love the way this one comes and goes. Wanted to reconstruct her head and neck just a little bit, but I think the one that offers a ton of positives, that's going to be the young man down here on the far end. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Take care. See you tomorrow.
We start to evaluate for 11th overall in our guild show. As I've kind of alluded to, it goes back to structure and comfort and angles for me when we get down to the brass tacks of it. I think there's one that does that incredibly well. So comfortable, so angular, still got that right design. 11th overall, is going to be the young lady's red belt. Let's give her a good round of applause. Well, what a good guild show it's been, and we're getting ready to work through for our final overall, but a deep guild show that maybe even was deeper than what I thought it was when we started bringing those guilds back out and mixing them in. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors. For 12th overall, there's one that I think is overpowering in terms of fresh muscularity and high. I love the back shape that this guild has. Awesome kind of body condition. She comes wide, she leaves the same way, and certainly adequate in how she's built from the side. That's going to be the young man right here in front of me. Congratulations to him.
Your Guild Market Championship Drive, Champion Market Guild with Brody Wheeler. His awards were sponsored by David and Lynn Harmon and family. Your Reserve Champion Market Guild was Kenzie Hayes, and her awards were sponsored by Integrity Propane. Your third overall was Ellie Ensley. Fourth, Adeline Ensley. Fifth, Emma Wheeler. Sixth, Kate Redis. Seventh, Miles Hammond. Eighth, Daisy Hawthorne. Ninth, Briar Timberland. 10th, Taylor Richards. 11th, Laura Waldron. And 12th, Grayson Bamer. We will now be moving on to our Grand Champion Market Hall and our Reserve Grand Champion Market Hall and our Champion Drive.
There you go.
Hey, there's no need to walk her. She has a concussion. Are you okay? Somebody said have to carry her.
Well, folks, if you would put your hands together and let's congratulate our representatives of our Barry Guild shows as we get back out here. And hey, I know it's been a long day and everyone's tired of hearing me talk, and we want to get through our top 16 and re-rack and move on. But I'll tell you what an awesome group it has been to work with today. The folks behind the scenes, the folks in the ring, our board guys, everybody back that obviously I didn't see. If you would please put your hands together and let's thank them on an awesome job well done. A thankless job, and they are some of the best that do it. And I'll tell you that transitions nicely into the one simple thing that I hope I can leave with you here this evening, and that is that there is never a perfect situation. There's always things that can be different or better or what have you. But I'll tell you what, the amount of miles that I'm blessed to travel and the folks that I'm blessed to work with, I will tell you that over the course of this summer, there's just been so much negative. There's been so much, oh, this is awful. We need to do this better, you know, this, that, and the other. And I will tell you that from experience, and working with different groups, it's not ever as bad as what you think. Yes, there's things that we can do differently, but I'll tell you what, this is an awesome group of people. And what I implore of you guys, whether it's the young people, whether it's the families, the parents, whoever we have ringside, be part of that solution to make it better. Please don't be part of the issue. Please don't be part of the problem. There's enough of those people that are going to be ringside that are going to do exactly that. They're going to have a problem. They're going to talk about this or that. Hey, that's their prerogative. That's all right. But I implore you, be part of the solution. Make this county, make this swine department, make this industry, make sure you leave it better than what you found it, because there were a ton of people that came before each and every one of us that have done exactly that. So if it's nothing if it's one thing that I can leave with you, I hope it's that. be a part of the solution. You've got a great group of people here putting on this show. You've got an even better set of young people. This has been an awesome, awesome group to work with. When we bounce back and forth from one ring to the other, you've got to be on top of it. You've got to be ready. These kiddos have done exactly that. So if you would please, not just the ones we've got in these pins, but everybody back in the barn as well, give these kids a great round of applause because they are an absolutely awesome group. As we get out here and we start talking about our Grand and Reserve and our Grand Bear and Grand Gill, they're just good livestock guys. Are they a little bit different in how they hit the surface? Sure, maybe we've got a blue bear that is the exotic looking one from the side. He is impassable in that way. He's tall shouldered, he's level, he's got the right kind of skeleton. For what we had in that particular ring, that one came with enough power, with enough bone. Then we've got Young Man's Gill. That one is unique in terms of her moderate build, her navel spread. She's still attractive. She's got an incredible forearm. She comes and goes wide. She's got that same kind of skeleton at the ground that our bear does. Maybe it comes down to just a little personal preference. I like good livestock, and first and foremost, I like them built right, and both of these do that. So from there, it's just fun. It's which one do you think that you can put the most kind of unique intangibles on? Which one can still do those things and handle it ultimately well? I love both of these. My compliments to both these young people. Give them a round of applause. I'll go and shake the hand of your champion.
2025 Grand Champion Market Hog is Brody Wheeler. His reward is sponsored by Benton Grain Farms.
Well, it doesn't get any easier. An exceptional pair as we drop our reserve field in and we go head to head with our champion Barra. It's the same conversation that we just had amongst these top two. These kids absolutely continue to bring them out, tricked out, ready to go, pushing the limits, but still keeping them in check. I think amongst this two, there's another one for me that I don't use this term lightly, but is a freak in terms of bone work, foot size, natural feature, and still to be this attractive, this unique up front, and not get skinny, not get frail, not get flat-sided. I think an absolutely exceptional one to be reserved. That's going to be your reserve deal. Congratulations, that young lady.
Your 2025 Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog is Kensley Hayes, and her gifts are sponsored in memory of Addie and Grady Snyder.
Well, as we start to evaluate for a third overall, we've got a pair that maybe just simply fit together as well as any in terms of type and kind that we've worked through today, in terms of flawless build, incredible skeleton, such comfort that both of these animals have, and the ability they have to get out here on the surface and do all those things while still having weakness in terms of back shape and staying balanced and complete. I think there's one though that's going to be third overall that just is timeless in terms of design. When you can make one that have this kind of air underneath, but to still be this stout skull, this rugged jaw, to have this kind of body shape, and to plant and go and have that internal gear that this one does, one I like a great deal. Third overall is going to be your champion, Barra. Congratulations to that young lady. course, overall, I think we get back to just two quality pieces of livestock. Yet again, we talked to young ladies, skilled them in that really unique design, one that's so functional, so fault-free, but still packing a punch. We dropped the young ladies all black one in that's the power hog in terms of blades, forearm, and chest. Still attractive, one that's opened up high. I think one between the two just offers just more rugged build at the ground, probably a little bigger foot, a little bigger ankle, and then it's just an absolute unique one when we get right on the top side of his skeleton. Fourth out is going to be your old Black Terra. Congratulations to that young lady. We'll name that fifth overall, and then I'll put the mic down and we'll shake hands for the remainder, because I know you guys want to get this thing wrapped up and get out of here. But it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with your young people throughout the day, folks, and certainly thank you to your committee and your organization for allowing me to come and do that. As we get out here and for our fifth overall selection, I'm going to tell you that these two, respective amongst their sexes, I'll tell you, in most places that you go and judge market hogs, these two are going to be right there at the top. Are going to be your easy walk-away winners. That's the type of quality that we were blessed to work through today. That's the type of young people that you've got getting these presented, the type of families that are standing behind them, the type of breeders that are making them. So certainly, once again, thank you for fifth overall. I think there's one that is flawless in terms of build, awesome in terms of design. I think this one's got simply just a bigger chest and a better angle to her front leg. She's going to be fifth overall. Your young lady still is going to...
By the time you get there, that's all it is. That's all it is. Go for it. That's good. yeah, you're awesome. It's a long one coming. Yeah. I think that's that.
Rose, Franklin, Tyler Kendall, Lucas Frost, Wayne Thompson, Kenneth Ellis.
I was just coming to tell you, good job, before I left.
Your third overall Market Hall is Emma Wheeler. Fourth, Adeline Ensley. Fifth, Ellie Ensley. Sixth, Ava Miller. Seventh, Adeline Ensley. Eighth, Emma Wheeler. Ninth, Kate Reddish. 10th, Brody Wheeler. 11th, Carter Yoder. 12th, Lucas Cross. 13th, Eloise Ensley. 14th, Miles Hammond. 15th, Kensley Hayes. And 16th, Avery Lindsay. Now entering the ring is our homebred born and raised Market Hall. Old-timer showmanship will be right after this, after the champion and reserve champion homebred border racer is chosen.
I'll compare to you. We did one year, and you want to go out with it. Yeah, whatever. You want to go out with it.
Well, certainly a nice group for our born and bred show and quality. As we can see, these 7 have been ones that have been towards the top of each one of those classes that they were in throughout our time together. The one that we're going to use to start with is just so unique in terms of spread, natural muscularity on the top side of her skeleton. Bone and foot and feature is off the charts. Still has that neat look. Just need to loosen her up just a notch as we get in behind her. But I think a really unique one to start with. That'll be the young man right there in front of me. Congratulations to him. Second, I think it gets a little bit tougher, and it doesn't mean that the quality's not there, but I think there's another one that just exceeds in terms of good structure, good balance. That's going to be the young lady here on the far end. Love that one's hip and hind leg. Love that one's natural feature. Just make her shot more attractive to be ideal, but a ton of positives there. Really good from top to bottom of these other ones as well as we talked to them earlier in the day. Let's give all those young people a good round of applause if you would.
Your home-born, bred and raised market hog winner was Lucas Hoff from Team Country Kid. Second place, Shiloh Kensel, Mohawk Valley. Now entering the race is Old Timer Showmanship.
I gotta watch. Where are you going? That's all I'm thinking. My goats. Yep, got Larry.
don't get to do these older or over the hill showmanships very often anymore, but I think it's unique, and this one I think it's kind of extra special because if these parents are driving the pieces of livestock that maybe their kids drove earlier in the day, I'll tell you what, there's some good, there's some really high quality showmen, and if I was one of them, I'd be ringside telling mom and dad like, hey, you maybe don't do it quite as well as what I do, and maybe they're just better kids than what I was, but I love to see you can take it one or two ways. You can either come out and you can make it fun, and that's okay, or you can come out, bear down, and be competitive, and I think that's the way that we've taken it here this evening. A lot of quality. That's why your young people are so good at showing their pieces of livestock. We are going to pick one, and then you all can go back to the barn and as parents fight over who was right or wrong. But I think there's one that sets herself apart, covers the surface, hits those open areas while still having that good kind of eye contact. That's going to be the young lady here in front of me. Congratulations to her.
The winner of the Old Timer Show is Sarah.
I'm way over
Yes.